Hey, happy good morning, everybody. Good morning. We did an opening circle yesterday for those of you who weren't here, and so we're doing it both mornings. And my name's Mary Lou. This is my partner and hubby and better half, Johnny Bob. So we're based here in Reno, and we just do a lot of this. We do a lot of prayer and a lot of grounding, a lot of walking, a lot of speaking for peace, goodness in the planet, goodness in the world. So we're really happy to be here. A big thank you to Tangela and Charlie for coming to Reno.
Stay.
So big thank you to
We just needed to be in the live stream.
We got all kinds of good moving energy here. Yeah. Way to start the morning. Deborah. So thank you to Tangela and Charlie for bringing this wonderful event to Reno. I'm sure all of us are grateful, and we walked in, Johnny and I walked in this morning, I said, how was it? And Charlie's like, it was really good. And I was thinking the same thing. He said, there's really incredible energy in here this morning. And there's only like 2 or 3 people in here, and we were just like, that was really nice. So it's nice to do a morning prayer, morning circle. You know, I invite y'all to just ground within yourself this morning, okay? You know, ground into Sacred Mama, and whether you're in the circle or outside the circle, because, you know, all life is equal, and we're all present in this human life at this very moment. So do yourself a favor and be extra special, kind to yourself this morning before we really start this beautiful day and we run around and do the things we love to do and we're supposed to do on this earth and on this planet. And love ourselves and cherish ourselves first, and all the good work we do is for naught, right? So we like doing this. We like coming and, you know, hopefully gifting a little bit of prayer and song and remembrance and grounding and calmness and stillness, right? And stillness first thing in the morning. You know, we look around the circle. It's so cool to be with family, right? Brothers and sisters and fellow healers and light workers and practitioners and spiritual folk and earth folk and all of that, which all of you are and all of we are. You know, we feed each other, right? And sometimes it's not always beautiful light. Sometimes it's reality, right? Okay. So, but we feed each other, right? And so we're here with purpose. And I hope all of you take these next 5 minutes to just really remember who you are and why you're here and what you're doing, and in gratitude to Spirit and God and Creator and Mother and Source and Uppa and all that is, that we are who we are, where we are in this space, in this time, on this world that's in tilt, that is needed so desperately. And if any of us forget, let's all remember we are blessed to see and to be and to touch and to create and to sing and to make art and to hear. We are blessed to you know, bestow beauty upon our bodies with the henna help us remember who our ancestors are. We're blessed to be able to walk and talk and sing and see and hear and feel and pray. Listen to the prayers of our wisdom keepers. There's more than one wisdom keeper in this room here this morning, right? So I say it for myself, along with everybody else. Remember how blessed we are, and simple, really humble gratitude this morning. Johnny asked me to do the land acknowledgement. We didn't do it yesterday. So the land we're on right now was originally, and still is and always will be, Paiute and Western Shoshone land. And so I'm always honored to be in the land with the wisdom keepers and the good people and the good medicine. And here we are, and as much as any of us own anything on this planet Earth, this land began with the natives and with the indigenous people. And we all have indigenous blood in us. So I imagine we all can connect to that feeling and that importance and that humility. So as we go through our day today, right, it's good to remember all these things. And yesterday morning we talked about a little bit those 3 P's: peace and prayer and purpose. Yeah. And I hope all of us kind of keep that in our minds today as we go through our sessions and our work and our ups and our downs and our strong moments and our weak moments and our fears and all that, just driving peace within ourselves to share it with the planet, just driving prayer within ourselves to share it with the planet and all sacred life. And then really just understanding our purpose, humbly understanding our purpose, and doing what we're supposed to do for this day. So I'm going to turn it over to Johnny. He's going to do whatever you're going to do.
I'm blank.
No, don't say that. And
Good
Johnny,
morning.
Yep.
My name is Johnny Bob. What I feel here when I came in this morning, feel that energy from yesterday's prayer, yesterday of, coming through and looking at all the rocks and all the things that people buy. And smudging is something very important to people that comes in and that go out. So that way they're feeling to these rocks or whatever they buy here. It's a spiritual thing that they leave with that whatever they bought. They feel great. They feel humble. They feel blessed. They feel all the things that you could think about with the rocks. And so today's our last day, and we have a good blessing today, and maybe more people. We're saying that will be here, and with this ceremony, the songs will mostly good welcome the people in our ways. We got mouths, we got our face, and the way we move with our body, lips, eyes, make them feel good. Make them feel they're blessed to be here with everything that we have here. So I'm gonna sing a song, probably 2 songs. One of the songs is about things, prayer song that we do, I do, and my uncle did, and the ones before him, as a spiritual person, did the blessing of the land. The land is very important. Water is important. Fire is important. Our air is important. Everything here is, we're all connected to all this land.
Dance. Dance. In a circle. Yeah. Here to be blessing our food and water that we have. Make everything happy. Make everything feel good. We're all people. We're all one. Human beings. Let's pray for the nature out there, the animals, all the things that we are connected to. This this song is our Sundance song. So you just stand there and move your body. Oh
Come on, guys. Heart, everybody, ready.
Thank you. Blessings to everybody. Take care. Happy morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Lori.
Right.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay.
Right.
Welcome, and good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for being here at the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. Thank you for our live stream audience for tuning in with us this morning. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful opening ceremony that Mary Lou and Johnny Bob did for us. That was incredible. Thank you so much. Deep honor and appreciation for you guys to be here with us and opening and sharing your energies. And of course, we are excited. It's our first time here in Reno. We've been having an amazing event, an amazing show. Thank you guys for joining us here live. If any of you are watching from the Reno area, come and join us in person here. It's an amazing day. This is our last day. And at SoulSearch, we are committed to the awakening of consciousness, the expansion of humanity, and we do that by connecting all of you to amazing practitioners like Mary Lou and Johnny Bob, and you can connect with them through SoulSearch and also through our live events like this one. We will be back here in Reno in the spring, so stay tuned for that. And of course, you can also connect with our practitioners on our TV channel on soulsearch.tv, available on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. And so for those of you guys tuning in on the live and here in person with us, I'm excited to be introducing Mary Lou Anderson, who is a lifelong leader and practitioner in the healing of people's greatest fears and barriers. Mary Lou Anderson is a spiritual advisor, certified theta healer, Reiki master teacher and energy healer practitioner, certified yoga meditation teacher, certified pranayama teacher, spiritual reader, sacred listener, bone reader, earth drummer, women's healing circle teacher, sister, and much more. And she and her partner, Johnny Bob, also do drumming circles here and a lot of other community events in the Reno area. So for those of you local, definitely you can connect with them to join some of the community events that you all host here, which is wonderful. And we're really excited because she's going to be presenting to us today on the ancient art of bone throwing and osteomancy. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for putting this on here.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
My honor.
Very cool. Put my water down here. Okay, so I'm going to sit. So we always have the right number of people, so this is the perfect number of people. So I'm going to sit and tell you a little bit about bone throwing, and then I'm going to put an option out there to you guys because we kind of have a time constraint, so we're looking at about 40 minutes, I think. Excuse me, we're looking at about 40 minutes, so we'll figure out how this is going to flow. Okay, so my name is Mary Lou, and again, this is Johnny. Osteomancy. So the throwing of bones is called osteomancy. Has anybody ever heard of it?
Yes.
You have. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you kind of a little overview, and then we're going to do a session. And so one of my girlfriends out here, she's another healing woman, she said, you should just do a group session. I'm like, oh, I never did a group session before. But, when it's divination, when it's prayer work, right, you just do what you're called to do, right? So now I'm called to do a group session. So we're going to do a group throw together versus versus an individual. So a little bit of housekeeping on the table. We got some information. I don't like hurting any life. So this is trees, obviously. So there's not that many out there, but I will tell you, there's a flyer on bone throwing, which we're going to do today. Okay, so there's one of those over there. We do local drum circles. So this is a flyer for our next drum circle in Reno. So come, it's fun. Okay. Johnny and I do celebration of life services. So there's a flyer on that. Okay. This is kind of, this is an overview of my services, okay? So this is over there as well, so you can pick up one of these, okay? Prayer work, which I think a lot of you experienced a little bit this morning, right? So prayer work is definitely a service I'd like to provide to people. And a little more detail off of my website. Okay, so these documents are over there, so it's paper, but everybody's welcome to grab what's in it. Okay. So about osteomancy. That's very cool. I got a kitty hair on there because my kitties are like just everywhere. And I need my glasses, but I'll get those in a second. So where did this come from? a little bit quick history. In 2014, which was about 10 years ago, I knew I needed a shaman. So not a Western shaman, like a shaman. Like I was told by my grandmother, you need a shaman. I never met my grandmother. I used to smell her a lot in my house because I had things of hers. These. Anyhow, I was told I needed a shaman. And so a girlfriend of mine introduced me to this man. And he is a neurosurgeon, and he's based out of San Diego. And he's a shaman. And so I called him. So like back in 2014, I kind of told him what was going on. I was with a psychopath in a relationship. So I was really fractured, I guess, as we're supposed to be when we're with psychopaths and narcissists. But it was pretty intense. And he said, yeah, I can see it'll be $300 for an hour. And so I was like, oh. And I had begun to do some of the spiritual work and my yoga and meditation stuff. I was like, okay. And it was just like, you need to go see him. So I drove down there, drove to San Diego. It was this beautiful house sitting on the coast in the southern part of San Diego. It wasn't really anything extravagant. But he said, come around back. And I came around back, and there was a yurt. And that's where he did his work. So he was a neurosurgeon, and he spent 8 years with the Sangomas in South Africa. Okay. So the Sangomas, and I will never pretend to know more than I do, but I eventually studied a lot. The Sangomas, South African tribe, women, for the most part, the Sangoma women are known to be the first women who practiced any form of known divination, human divination. And sticks and stones may break my bones. Okay. So they had nothing to do divination with other than the earth, right? So they had sticks and they had stones and they had bones. Yeah, right? And it was all very cool. And he didn't really teach me too much because he did a reading for me. And the reading was incredible. He gave me a lot of history. And he said it was the toughest thing I ever did in his life. He spent 7-8 years with Sangoma. He said becoming a neurosurgeon had nothing to do with why he was on this planet, other than that was a human gift that he was given that he could use to help others. Right? But he spent 8 years down there with the Sangomas. And so the reading was amazing, and I was really drawn by it, and I was in a really interesting relationship with definitely a psychopath. I was just, chipping away at my soul in a really difficult, strong, scary, breaking, open way. Right? And he was the vessel that helped me continue to go forward. Yeah. And it was beautiful. So as years, the next year went by, I shed. And I grew. And I learned. And, I wasn't working. I couldn't work. It was psychologically debilitating. I couldn't work. And spirit took care of me. I almost lost my house. My car was repossessed. Everything that you could possibly hope never happens in your life happened, right? But I was always taken care of. So spirit showed me, creator showed me, God showed me, source, universe, Krishna, especially Krishna. Right? So I was shown that you can live this life, 100% without having to be so connected with the mainstream version of how to be a successful human. So, right? And so as the years went by, so Johnny and I had known each other for like 10 years. And in 2017, we got together after being friends for a long time. And then a couple of years later, COVID hit. And like 2019, 2020, I started having this calling to do the osteomancy. And so I had experienced the readings. I had learned with my shaman. I had read, and I was like, I think I need to start doing these stone throwers. And I do spiritual readings, right? But I was like, it's such an interesting, it was potent for me, right? It was potent for me. And so it took 4 years for all the bones and the curios to come to me. right? So I was like, okay, I'm opening my heart up. Show me, guide me, direct me. And we would be, it's funny, we would be at like outdoor flea markets in Fallon, and there'd be a man there with a little tray of all these Cheerios and stuff, and so the pieces started coming to me, right? We lived up on the reservation during COVID. The bones started coming to me. The bones were everywhere. There were mice bones, there were rat bones, there were chicken bones, there were coyote bones, there were a lot. So the bones started coming to me, the Cheerios started coming to me. And then, an amazing book that David actually suggested came to me, and so I really studied. I certainly didn't spend 7 years with the Sangomas, but I studied a lot. And after a 4-year period of time, I had like 75 bones and Cheerios, right? So it's like, okay, now it's time to start. And you have clients, that's what I was told. You have clients, you're primarily women, some men, that you work with, and they're all very interested in this, And so I just started throwing the bones, and the way it works, for those of you who are interested, I don't know that any way is the right way. I should say the way it worked for me. After everything came to me, and this is typical with tea leaves and runes and what have you, you have to assign the proper meaning to the items. So I do that humanly. Not so much so. I work with spirit and light all the time. Okay. And that's it. Yeah. So I asked, right? And so the definition of these bones and Cheerios that you'll see for a little bit, they had to be formed. And so that wasn't overnight either. It was like, I have this piece. What does this mean? And I could sit down and do a reading with any of you, an energy reading right now, right? And I could say, okay, that watch, interestingly, is a piece of artwork that has meaning to your heart, right? So it's important that you keep it whether or not you wear it. And I can do that, right? So I opened my heart up and said, okay, Spirit, show me what the meaning is of all these bones and Cheerios. And so I actually have a list that it's like 2 pages long for reference if I ever have to remember, but usually it always comes through me. So that's kind of the story of throwing bones and divination. And there's not too many people who do it. It's very cool. Yeah, you say, a little bit about it?
I know a little bit about it, yeah. I don't know a bunch of it, but it's fascinating to me.
It's really fascinating.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember sitting under a tree at one of our favorite parks in Vegas, going through kind of a heavy time. And before you knew it, I was sitting there picking up sticks, like a lot of sticks. Yeah, I was picking up a lot of sticks, and it just forming them. And I was by myself. I'm sure many of us have probably done something similar. I was like, oh, I can read these sticks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different definition of divination. What do you mean by divination?
I refer to divination as divination work is when we as humans can use any variety of gifts we've been given to help ourselves and others see. So I'm going to make the assumption that you're Indian, right? Okay. So some of our dearest friends in Vegas, Baba and Amma, they do a monthly satsang. Okay. So, I could sit down with the medicine that we use in Homa and use the seeds and use, it's not tobacco, the seeds and the grains, right? And the flowers, right? I could use those as a form of divination, okay? Because spirit, God, Krishna, whatever, creator, all of it, Appa, all of it, if we're open, it will help us assign meaning to these things. And you'll see, some of these things that make sense. Like a watch means time. Okay. But so my understanding and my belief in divination, whether you use sticks and stones, whether you use bones, whether you use runes, whether you use cards, like when I do readings, they're always spiritual because I have light flowing through me, lust, So cards, whether they're tarot, whether they're oracle, whatever, those are tools of divination. you know. So may the day not come while we're all on this earth or any of our loved ones, but if it did, where we were just really broken down to almost nothing, we've got so much life out there. Yeah. So you've got the leaves, and you got the flowers, and you got the roots, and you got the trees, and you could create your own divination, type of work based out of those things. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So anyhow, I think we'll just do a throw for everybody here. Are you guys okay with that? Yeah. Okay. And then your glasses. And then your purse. Yeah. So what have you done?
Just studied it.
I haven't studied it, but I've heard of it, and I'm fascinated by it. I honestly love all
I
forms of
see it now.
divination.
Okay.
I've recently started making like oracle and tarot cards, which is like a hobby.
Beautiful.
So I've been getting into that really hardcore.
What's more
But
about like,
I like doing like scrying.
you know, like.
Oh, you did cry.
I do scrying.
Really difficult.
But just like it's like all forms, you go out in nature and just like stick your hand in the water.
Yeah.
You know, you can just
Yeah.
pull
So
that.
you guys are welcome to come real close.
All right.
Okay. So why don't you come real close? Let's see what we can do. And we have got.
You want to stand or?
No, bring a chair. Yeah. So we've got.
I know.
We got 20 minutes, and they're gonna have to turn this room over. Can you be my timekeeper?
I don't bite you. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just gonna move this one.
I have a picture on my website.
Okay.
You can grab it off my website. My cards are there. Yeah. The only reason I'm saying not take a picture is because if anything comes up personal for anybody, it's an energy thing. Let's just keep it. Let's just keep it amongst ourselves, right? I just always have my white feather because these are porcupine quills. They're good to move the curios around. This is my cheat sheet that my sissies got hold of in case I did. Okay. So, and I think you all know because I can feel y'all. You know when you're supposed to be doing something that you do, and we equally know when we're not supposed to be doing something that's surrounding us, right? So I knew I was supposed to do this. It was like 4 years, and then things kept coming. Lots of bones and all kinds of interesting things in here, right? And I was like, I need a container, right? And I do all kinds of spirit work and readings and healing work and all that stuff. And I had all these beautiful blankets and nothing. And I kind of made it a little clearer. How many of you use manifestation? Yeah. Yeah. I was like, okay. Clearly, I need something from Africa. So that's what I'm going to manifest is Africa. And then I found these vases, these like Western vases that claim to be from Africa. So David, my shaman, he had a bag like Johnny carries, like a big leather bag, right? And that didn't feel right. Going. Then we're at some thrift store that we love, right? And I looked over and I'm like, so definitely handmade. I feel it's from Africa. And this is how it was, right? Here we go. God bless. Okay, so I'm going to throw the bones, and if anything flies your way, try to catch it. I'll try to be really careful here because this is the hands ready. Okay. So I'll just do a group. So of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of the 8 of you, and you too. Right? I mean, if there's anything really strong and powerful that you kind of want to see what the bones have to say, let me know before I throw them. Anybody thinking anything? World hunger, anything? Go ahead.
I was looking for a message
Okay.
regarding what I'm supposed to be doing, really.
Yeah, you are.
Thank you.
I think that would probably be good for everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Good. I know, I've been telling you. I've been telling you. Sometimes I have really good throws, sometimes not so good. Let's see what happens today. I like that. Perfect. Okay. So this is my collection. And they tell you, start out with 20 or 30. Then Spirit kept saying, no, not yet. No, not yet. No, not yet. So it looks 70. But it's very fun. Okay. So ladies, and John. This is all of you. Okay. The selenite's all of you. Okay. And the angel, let's see. Hello, let me see. That's namaste. I'm always hiding. Me. Okay. So this is all of you. This is me. All right, so we're going to begin. I'm going to talk to you about what's closest to you right now. Okay. So what's closest to you in your world and your thoughts. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the exterior, which is further away, furthest away from you. And this right here, this is the kind of like the circle of truth. These are things that you need to take immediate action on. Okay. Anything that's in this circle. So selenite is all of you. Okay. So, and these sticks separate you as the receiver from the medicine. Okay. So in other words, anything from here that way is not pertinent today in the reading. Okay. And we'll just kind of go from there. So, all right. So interestingly, and that's why we use these. This one is a survivor. This is a survivor medal. So I guess all of you have to remember that you're survivors. And certainly with humble gratitude, like we talked about in the circle this morning. So you're all very close to that. So all of you in this room, I feel like, yeah, all of you in this room, I feel like you're here for a reason, and now it's for you to remember it, okay? So I want you to take a look at something. So this little baby right here, stand up if you want to. This is an anteater, okay? So an anteater means anteater. Don't even ask me how the anteater comes to me. Right, it's so funny. I was like, oh, it's a piece of turquoise. No, it's an anteater. So the anteater means keep your nose to the ground surface. So keep close to the earth, all of you. Okay? Yep, keep close to the earth. This is War and Peace right here. Okay? So we're surrounded by that option right now in this world. Okay? So it's touching you. So there's no mistake that you all come to this gathering today, this event. There's no mistake that there's an innate reason, I think, I feel, I know, something to my girlfriend, why we're all here. Okay? You know, we won't be anything in human essence if this turns over to war. Okay? So it's teetering, it's on tilt, like the earth is right now. And you're being touched by it. Okay? So the message here, I feel, for all of you is to remember who you are and how you can wage peace in your own little world, your teeny tiny little world. Maybe it's just with our kitties and our doggies. Maybe it's with elders. Maybe it's with just our husband or a friend, or maybe we're all by ourselves, right? It's touching each of us. It's giving me chills because, yeah. And underneath that is the butterfly. So what do you think the butterfly represents?
Transformation.
Yeah, exactly. Transformation, right? So here we are again, very close. For those of you who haven't finished that transformation, you're close. You're close. It can be painful. This one's upside down. I don't really read these like tarots unless I feel it. And I don't feel that this is an upside down butterfly. I feel this is more of a desperate butterfly. So if we're in, if any of you are in a space where you're going through it and you're learning and growing and releasing and healing and crying and feeling and breathing and rising and falling, Now's the time. It's time. And I'm all about light and positivity, but it's time. Okay. That's what this is telling you. So this, and you're all survivors, right? This is a fossilized bone. So the fossilized bones, sometimes I have to look you guys, I'm sorry. The fossilized bone, for all of us, these are the closest things to this reading this morning, means hard times in the past. Okay. In the past. Hello, back then, right? Yeah, back then, yeah. But they do stay close to us because we're in this human essence.
Right.
So, yeah, so, right? So we're not enlightened, right? Don't let anybody tell you you can become enlightened because we're in this human essence. Our heart and our soul can invoke that, right? But then we have to understand our ebbs and flows in life in this human life, right? So it's close to all of us. So those are the closer things. It's interesting. So the buck kind of stops there, what's most close to us. So let's kind of
Because of that stick.
yeah, these are separators. So like if I was to give you this read usually takes like an hour.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So
So that's, I'm just curious about that snake head. Is that a snake head? This thing? To me, it looks like it's upside
it's a
down.
hip joint.
Oh, really? It looks like a snake to me. Like, I'm looking at it, it looks like,
Yeah, I put the hip bone in here. It's a hip joint. I think.
because I was like, to me, I was feeling, well, I was a
Yeah.
dog handler for a snake company, so I'm, but from my view, I was feeling an upside down snake.
But it's a bone.
I see it,
Yeah.
I see it now, but, and then I was relieved when you said from the separator.
Yeah, but there's this. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I don't mind snakes, but there might be snakes.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, we're cool.
So what are y'all separated from? So let's talk about the hip bone. So the hip bone is forward movement, right? So none of us in this, and I don't include myself, but none of you in this circle, there's definitely a disconnect, maybe with all of you, about the importance of forward movement. So if any of you have a feeling of stuckness or uncertainty because, because of the world we're in right now, all the fear and breakdown and all that, I'm kind of feeling that each of you kind of carry a little bit of that unstuckness because the hip bone, if that stick wasn't there, it'd be like, you are moving and shaking, right? Hip bone, doing. So you're separated from that. The little shells mean innocence, okay? So we all need to practice more of that, remember, our childhood innocence. So you're separated a little bit from that. This is air, so that represents the element of air. So you're kind of right on the border there. So everybody make sure you get more fresh air than we're getting even now. Huh? It doesn't matter if it's cold or it's right, it doesn't matter. You all know that, or you wouldn't be here. But the solid heart is all about love. So you're close, but there's, these are some things to work on, in my opinion, for all of you on this side of the stick. Okay? Your innocence, your childlike innocence. This one laughs all the time. I mean, you taught me to laugh. Like, he laughs all the time. And sometimes, because I'm so human and type A, I'm like, you can't laugh about everything. And then I hear myself say it. And I say, he's good medicine. Yeah. These earth keepers, they get it. Maybe they just spent the whole day just, they smell good stuff. They don't, but a lot of them do. That's true. So bells, when you have bells around you, that's spirits. Right? Ding, ding, ding. So make sure you connect yourself to spirit pretty good. So from the closest vantage point, that's about all that I see as far as work for each of you. These are the most important pieces. And I'll let you take a picture. If everybody's okay at the end, you can take a picture. So, because it's a reading for everybody. Thimble means work. Okay. Work is pretty paramount in everybody's life in the circle right now, however you define your work. Even if you don't know what your work is, you're pretty close to
Be self-work.
right. Yeah, exactly. The walnut I always forget the moment.
Green.
I like these walnuts with their hearts,
Oh, so cute.
right? But in this osteomancy collection, it means health. Important. Keep an eye on your health. Okay, so I'm going to do it. Outskirts a little bit here. This is a lingam. Lingam. So this represents masculine and feminine balance. Okay, so that's pretty close to you too. And this coccyx bone, I think this is really cool. The coccyx bone. Yeah. It's about stability. Okay, so you're taking a look at, let's keep myself healthy. Let's remember how I balance my masculine and feminine. And in turn, right, I'm going to be more stable than I've ever been in my life. Okay. Right. Yeah, some other things in the circle. Chicken bone means you're going to be traveling, right? You're going to be walking. Not so much moving like the hip bone, but travel.
Maybe travel for work, for almost work, right?
Maybe the travel. Yeah, exactly. Yes. And that's why these reads will take a long time. You're exactly right. Yeah, if something touches something else, then what's the correlation? Yeah. So going to be traveling. This is a weight. Okay. So this is a weight. So something, maybe not cataclysmic, but there's something weighing you down there. And if it maybe has some connection to traveling, maybe there's a reason why you can't travel as much as you want to right now. And anything's possible, as we know, but it's going to take some work. This bone, this is another tooth bone. So teeth bones mean pain. Okay. So, is your work giving you pain and struggle? Is your movement giving you pain and struggle? Is something weighing you down that's giving you pain and struggle? You're actually pretty close. We're all pretty close to that. Okay. So things to think about, right? Your work, your movement, your walking, your traveling, wherever to travel, whatever weight you're carrying. Okay. I'm going to go this way. So these are teeth again. It's also a jawbone though, and the jawbone. The jawbone is where's the jawbone? Speech. Okay. So the jawbone represents speech. Speaking your truth. Okay. It's going to help you with your stability. It's going to help you with your balance of the masculine and the feminine. It's going to help you with your health. Okay. This is a metal shell. So the metal shell, who has a metal shell? Yeah, the metal shell came to me. It's upside down, and that's a really good thing. And sorry, I have to refer to this, because if I don't do these readings every day, I need to sometimes refer back to what I feel. So the metal shell represents hardness, but it's upside down. So that's good. So in this case, I believe that none of us in this circle have any issues with hardness, but it's very close to you. So if there's something in your life, that you need to soften a little bit, this is a sign to do it. This is a doll head, porcelain doll head. This is my grandmother's. One of those little black bags with the little metal clasp. I opened it up one day, and a cork, the doll head were in there. Okay, so the doll head is spirit guide. So you all have a direct connect to spirit guide. Might give you a little bit of pain. There's some more teeth bones. Pain and how to access your guides. Pain within yourself, ego. You think you're not good enough to be able to connect, which is never true. And then this little blue bell is it's important to remember gratitude. So, yeah, we have to sit with the pain, and it always sucks, but we can see it and get rid of it. Spirit guides, we all have a direct connect to spirit guide. Now, the only thing that this barrier stick has in reference to you is this smooth flowing river rock. Okay, and so that just represents flowing freely. Okay, so you're a long ways away from that. Everybody in the circle is a long ways away from that, but it's doable. right? It takes all of us work. And I mean, I threw them for myself last night first because I hadn't done them in a while. I mean, I got the same. This one way over here, and Johnny did too. I mean, it's work, right? Like this human life is work. So we can be sad, and we can be hard, and we can be afraid, or we can be humble, and ask for help, and be willing to see it, and understand it may take some time, which may create some pain. But always be humbly grateful around us. So it'd be good if this was right here, but that's okay. Let's see what else. I don't want to. What time is it? Kids are going to come in and turn this room over.
10 to 11.
I don't look right now. But we're going to do 5 more minutes. I'll tell you what. We're going to do 5 more minutes. I'm going to do the read around for each of you. You can each take a picture, and you can just take my card. And if you want to know more about this read, you can just call me or text me, and we'll set up some time. So let's continue. Sorry that not too much time because I guess the opening took longer than we thought. So the pine cones: mother, goddess, father, children. The furthest away, interestingly, from the circle of sisters here today is the mother goddess. Okay. Now that's not a bad thing. Just not everything can be on top of you. I mean, if spirit wanted, all the bones would have come out like this and everything would have been on top of it. That's not how it works, right? So there's some work there. Yourselves, the goddess within yourselves, and mother. Children's, for those of you who have children, it's pretty close. Children right here. And father, father is father. Not too far away. What's really far away? These marbles. These clear marbles represent clarity, being able to see clear. So there's some work for everybody there, being willing to ask for clarity and being willing to see what's really there without ego. Yeah, she's like, yeah, right. So that's kind of at a distance. More bones, more cheekbones. I know we're gonna. It's time for us to wrap up. Okay. More cheekbones, a little more pain, but that's good that pain's at a distance. I'll talk to you all a little more about the dice.
Is that with money?
Yes. A little bit with money. A little bit with money for sure. Everything in the distance is okay. These little baby shells, it's like bring your childlike innocence on. And we didn't really get to the bracelet, and I know we gotta stop. So the bracelet, these are action items. This is fire.
Oh, yeah.
This rock is fire. Okay. So everybody, right? Time's up. Here we are. You're young. You're young. Everybody, even if we're not real young, we're kind of young. Time's up. Like we need to turn the fire on. Right? Everybody. And it can't be afraid. There's obstacles. This is a rough stone, right? This is a rough stone. So they're right in the middle. So we've got to figure out how to navigate around those rough stones. And I'll end with this. For Sundance, I did with Johnny. We went to cut the tree, which is another whole story. So we went to cut the tree because they cut a tree and they put the tree in the harbor and they danced to the tree, sacred tree. And so in the middle of the tree, it was wet, full of life, full of health. And he says, eat some. Right? He says, eat some. I'm like, okay. And so I ate some of that bark. The tree said a core of mother in that tree, and I took a little with me. And I use it in special circumstances, working with people. So this is earth. So you all will know how to find your medicine from here. Okay, so take a picture and then we're gonna go.
Okay.
And I'm sorry it was so. I'll get out of
This
there.
right here, is this a horse with the red and this?
Yes,
I
it
was
is.
trying to.
Yes.
And what is it?
So that's a horse. And so the horse represents freedom.
Right, and I
Oh, wow.
see freedom right by the work and the weight.
So interestingly, the freedom thing's upside down. Okay. So the freedom thing's upside down, which means you're not readily accepting of freedom. Yeah. And underneath that is that red marble. So the white marble represents seeing. It's funny. So the clear marble means we can see clearly. The red marble means we're not seeing clearly. So as a group, the red marble, not seeing clearly.
We can stay in here for the next one, right?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Get your seat.
And
They're
it's
gonna change the chairs.
Oh, okay.
It really does.
Hey, make sure you take whatever flyers or write on these
you.
cards over there.
Thanks.
Or we can take a photo of them.
Yeah, you can take a photo of this. Everybody was okay
Instead
with
of,
it. I didn't hear anybody say-
No, I mean the flyers instead of taking.
Oh, no, you take the
pictures.
flyers. There's just enough for all of you. I just didn't make any more, right? This is the only session I'm doing, so you just take.
Just fascinating. I thought it was all bones. I collect little trinkets and stuff too, and I do crystal casting is what I call it, with derived meanings from different crystals.
Bones and curios.
Yeah.
So there's a book.
There's one.
called Bones and Curios.
I'm gonna write it down.
Amazon. It's a black and gold book, and it gives you.
Oh, I have this on a bracelet.
Oh,
Okay, what is the dice?
bones and curios.
That represents numerology. So now I've got to. Should we put all these back?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and thank you so much for joining us on day 2. We're so excited that you could be here with us this weekend. Definitely stick around all day. We have incredible speakers, healers, so many practitioners that you all can connect with. And of course, here at SoulSearch, we are here to support the expansion of consciousness, and we do that with our online platform and directory where people can connect to amazing teachers like Crystal Rasmussen through our online platform, and also through our Enlightenment Expo live events like this one. We'll be back in Reno in the spring, so stay tuned. We'll be coming back. And also, we can thank Crystal for bringing us here because she used to attend our Bay Area events. And she was like, please bring the SoulSearch Expo to Reno. And she asked me many, many times. So I was like, okay, I have to listen to her. Let's do it. Even though I was like, we have a full schedule and no time, but we're here and we're really grateful. So thank you, Crystal, for bringing us here. And also you can connect with our practitioners on SoulSearch TV. We have a lot of amazing shows that you guys can watch, and it's all free on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV, and also online. And so I'm delighted to introduce and welcome Crystal Rasmussen. She is a generational healing teacher and spiritual guide. She's an international best-selling author and the director of operations for Generational Healing International. And so Crystal, through her work, actually gets to the root of how your family lineage seeks to be healed. And what she says is, free yourself of the trauma carried through your family's bloodline. Did you know that the pain you are experiencing in your life today, mentally, emotionally, physically, and even spiritually, can be attributed to an ancestor's wounding, suffering, or trauma? This gets passed down to future generations so it can be healed. So Crystal is here teaching on how to actually become a practitioner of generational healing. And she is also a healer herself, and she's doing sessions here all weekend. So you guys can talk to her and meet her and go more in depth with her after this talk. And also she's local to Reno, so you can meet with her in person anytime. So we're really delighted. Thank you so much, Crystal, for bringing us to Reno and for being here today.
So glad you're here. I'm so glad SoulSearch came to Reno. It's been years. You're welcome. I have been looking here for years. So I want everybody to take a deep breath. And we're just going to get really present for a moment. Thank you. So I just want you to ground into the earth as best you can. And just breathe into your heart space for a moment. Just for today, we're going to be very present. And we're going to welcome in your ancestors and the ancestors of the earth. Go ahead and feel them. No matter what your relationship with your family, you are loved unconditionally by the grandmothers, by your ancestors. Go ahead and open your eyes. What do you recognize within your own family lineage, within yourself, that you carry, that you see continuing to get passed down within your family bloodline? Would anybody like to share?
I don't see it anymore, but I saw it.
Mhm.
Very omnipresent. Damaging relationships with men.
Okay. Yeah. Unhealthy relationships.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else like to share?
Addictions,
Addictions. Mm-hmm.
suicide.
Suicide, depression, anxiety. Who in the room has anxiety? Yeah.
I have a question. Could it be a gift that's passed down?
Absolutely.
That's what I was feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. Yes, absolutely. Yes, those, we carry the gifts of our ancestors in our family lineage and the unhealed wounds. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it's matriarchal strength.
Matriarchal
That's the-
strength.
the lineage.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Very strong.
Yeah. Yeah. And there were reasons they had to be strong. Mm-hmm. What about shame? Guilt? Anger? Loneliness? Grief? Sadness? Limiting behaviors, limiting thought patterns? Physical pain? Knee pain, back pain, headaches? A lot of times we don't realize nor understand that our parents are the way they are because they were raised a specific way, right? So have you ever wondered why you or your family behaves in a certain way? When you look back, your grandparents were raised a specific way. Your great grandparents were raised a specific way. It goes back farther and farther and farther. Okay. And when there is something that has been left unhealed with a person, that unhealed wound continues to get passed down within the bloodline from one generation to the next until it's healed. Okay. So that's why when you could look at families or your own family, you will see things like addiction, abuse, unhealthy relationships, unhealthy boundaries, shame, guilt, knee pain, depression, anxiety. You are born with these unhealed wounds, and they can be turned on at any point in time. Okay? So you choose the family that you were born into. You chose your parents. You chose your lineage. And you come into the world with those gifts and the unhealed wounds, the unhealed traumas. So you might be feeling as if there's a weight that you're carrying, but you don't quite know what that is. Or you get triggered and angry really quick, but you aren't sure, like, oh, I've worked on this so much and I just can't find that peace within my heart that I'm like looking for and seeking. You might feel this sadness or this grief within you, but you aren't like, oh, why do I feel this way? Right? Some of you may look at your own family and go, yeah, well, my childhood was not very great. And that's why. But there's more reasons why. And so what happens with generational healing is we are carrying these traumas and the gifts, but the traumas, and they impact our lives. They affect how we feel emotionally. They affect how we think. They affect how we feel physically in our bodies, maybe even physical pain and ailments. It will affect us spiritually. These unhealed wounds will show up in your relationships, with your family, in your intimate relationships, in the relationships with your children, in the relationships with your coworkers, your friends. These unhealed wounds will show up in the experiences and situations that you have in life. They will show up in how you perceive the world, how you think about yourself. And no matter what you or your family has experienced in your life or their life, no matter what, it can be healed. Talk about a relief, huh? And recognizing that what you're carrying and a lot of the things that you struggle with now and today and that you see your family struggling with isn't necessarily just yours. It is an ancestor's unhealed wound that is continuing to get passed down in your DNA, in the family lineage bloodline. And your ancestors invited you here today so that this can be changed, so that you can be free of the shame, the guilt, the anger, the unhealthy relationships, so that you can experience more of the gifts versus the pain, more of the strength, more of the joy and happiness, freedom and peace. So I remember when I was listening to the founder of Generational Healing, and I finally oh my gosh, this is why I feel the way I feel. I never felt accepted by my family. I felt like the black sheep. I'm sure many of you can relate. And I'm like, this is why I think this way. This is why I behave this way. Okay, I get this. And it was life altering for me just to recognize that it's not just me. There's not something wrong with me. That it's actually an ancestor's unhealed trauma that I've been carrying my whole life that's showing up in the world, within me, and how I'm showing up or not showing up. Generational healing was founded by my teacher who I've been mentoring with for the last decade, Deborah Sky King. She was entered into this world with her gifts open and is one of the most amazing beings I've ever met. She has trusted spirit impeccably. And when she is told to do something, she does. In 2008, she was invited by the ancestors of the earth to go to Guatemala and spend 40 days in the jungle, in the Patan jungle in Guatemala. The only thing she knew was the day she was supposed to be there and the location she was supposed to land in. She knew nothing else. And things worked out in the 3D realm as they do. And she landed in Guatemala and was met by someone immediately and taken to the exact location she was supposed to be at. She trekked into the jungle and was in ceremony with ancient civilizations, with the ancestors, with elders, with the earth, doing what was asked. She was then called back to return to the location. She had no idea what was going to happen, what was transpiring. She was simply doing as she was asked by spirit, by the ancestors. And after the 4th year, after she completed the last ceremony in a Maya pyramid in the Guatemala jungle, the ancestors of the earth came forward and they gave her a vision of what the world could look like. Imagine that place that we all dream of, that place of peace and unity and love and joy and happiness, oneness, connected to earth and nature and all the elements, honoring and respecting one another and life itself. And the ancestors was here in this ceremonial center that they looked at her and they shared that in order for humanity to evolve, the ancestors of the earth themselves need healing. And they asked her if she would take this mission on into the world. And she said, yes, absolutely. 100%. Anything to help humanity and Gaia, the ancestors that she's had such a close relationship with her entire life. She took the work that they gifted her, known now as generational healing, into her own practice for years. And in 2015, she was given the go-ahead to teach. And I was part of that first class that went through the apprenticeship training. And so now I facilitate, teach generational healing. And it is life-changing. So imagine that one thing that you or your family is carrying, that you are struggling with, whether it's shame or anger or grief, unhealthy relationships, estrangement, self-acceptance, anger. You are carrying that pain of your ancestors, and your ancestors are seeking that healing. When you come to receive generational healing, there's nothing you need to do. There's nothing you need to know about your family or your lineage, because your ancestors do. Your ancestors know what needs to be healed. So when you come to receive generational healing, you simply lie down and be open to receiving the healing that your ancestors are asking for, or seeking to give to you, because their trauma is affecting you and your family. It's continued to get passed down. Most people, when they receive generational healing, they sit up and they feel so much lighter. They have more clarity. They look at me and they go, I feel different. I can't explain it, but it feels as if something left me. And they will go into their life without that pain and trauma that has been continuing to get passed down from their ancestor that shared. It is life-changing and life-altering. In fact, I've been facilitating and teaching for years, traveling, sharing and speaking about generational healing, because I truly believe in the potential it has to heal humanity. because it's so painful here. There's so much pain. And I don't really have a reason, she said, for feeling this way. There's nothing, wasn't raised bad. I had a good childhood home for the most part. And she says, now, after receiving generational healing, she says, now I understand. Now I understand where wanting to die came from. She says, and I no longer ask to not be here, but instead, I accept and love myself in a way that I have never done before. And I am more present and engaged with my family and the present moment and the joy within just being alive and what that brings. Generational healing is an ancient healing technique from the Earth's ancestors. It is life-changing for you and for your family. I do teach generational healing and facilitate sessions, and it's always amazing. It's always exactly what you need. It's beautiful. And it's so honoring and sacred. And a blessing to be in the presence of the ancestors and the wisdom that they share. Because there are so many things that they share that we have no idea about. When I first enrolled in the apprenticeship training, the 13 Mystical Wisdom Teachings apprenticeship training with the founder of Generational Healing, I had already been studying a lot, doing a lot of the spiritual work that we do to evolve, to heal, to live a better life. I was a single mom, depressed, anxious, low self-worth, lack of confidence, didn't trust myself, self-doubt, out of the roof. I was in this like survival mode of just trying to get through every single day. I'm sure some of you relate, or you've been there. And as I began to go through and listen to and experience the 13 life-changing spiritual initiations to awaken my spiritual gifts, I started noticing differences within myself, within my family. And this is back when people aren't talking about generational trauma and ancestral healing. But I'm feeling good. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm actually in my body and I can love my body. I feel more intuitive. I feel more connected. Like boom, boom, boom. Productive, not in my head. And my son, who's 25 now, he was 15 at the time I first went through the 13 Mystical Wisdom Teachings. And he came up to me and he gave me a hug and a kiss on the forehead. And he looked at me and he said, "Thank you, Mom, for the work that you're doing." Not because he knew what I was doing, but because he felt it. He felt it within his cells, within his bones, within his being, and how the family dynamics altered and shifted. I grew up on a ranch in Montana. My dad was he's amazing, and I love him, and I always know he loves me. He'd do anything for anyone, and yet he never shared those words, "I love you." He never spoke those out loud, because that's not how he was raised. He showed it versus saying it. And I remember standing there And I'm in the 13 wisdom teachings, and my son has just shared with me, like, thank you, Mom. Thank you for what you're doing. I feel it. I feel the shift. And my dad's standing there, and he looks at me, and he's like, Shortening, calls me Shortening. Says, Shortening, I love you. And my jaw probably hit the ground. Because that was the first time I remember him ever using those words out loud. He calls me every week now and tells me that before he hangs up. Both of my adult children have thanked me for the healing work that I have done for the lineage, for our ancestors, because their lives, my grandchildren's lives, get to be different. They don't have to carry the burden and the weight that they've been carrying there, that you've been carrying. When I first facilitated generational healing, I was like, I have no idea what I'm doing. But what was so beautiful is the 13 mystical wisdom teachings all came together. And suddenly I was in a multidimensional framework with an ancestor of someone receiving generational healing in front of me. And he was sharing his story of his life on earth and the pain that he and his family experienced that was impacting and affecting her and her life. And as I'm sharing this, the woman receiving generational healing was crying because it related so much to what she was experiencing at that time. And me, I have no idea. I'm just sharing what her ancestor is sharing. And as I'm facilitating this healing for her ancestor, all of a sudden there was a shift. And the ancestor looked at me and thanked me for his healing. It was one of the most humbling, rewarding experiences I had ever had. I had tears streaming down my face, and I knew in that moment that generational healing was my purpose to share in the world. Because it does have the potential to heal humanity. Life has not always been the way it appears to be right now. There have been times where we as humans connect with nature and life and the elements. We honor those that have passed, the ancestors and the earth and our breath. Generational healing does have the potential to heal humanity and you and your family. One session is life-changing. Multiple sessions are life-changing. And I invite you to experience it for yourself, to receive healing for you, for your family, for your ancestors. Because you get to have the life that you want. You get to experience and express who you are, truly are. And we get to leave those gifts for our children, for our future children, future grandchildren, generations to come. I facilitate both in-person generational healing in Reno, and I facilitate distance generational healing as well. So wherever you are on the planet, I connect with your ancestors and you can receive a healing. And of course I teach as well. And for those of you that are really ready to awaken your spiritual gifts and heal your family's trauma and become empowered, I invite you to explore the 13 mystical wisdom teachings, the apprenticeship training. And I teach 7-day generational healing certification trainings here in Reno as well. The prerequisite is the 13 mystical wisdom teachings. And it will prepare you to have a dialogue and conversation in multidimensional realms. It'll awaken your spiritual gifts beyond what you've already experienced and you already know. And you will heal your family and your lineage. I see things shift and change countless, hundreds, and thousands of times. Life doesn't have to be a struggle. You don't have to experience things that you're experiencing right now, whether that's emotional, mental, physical, or disconnection from spirit. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Can you be the start of that trauma?
That, I would say, probably started before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But there was something that got turned on. Right. It can be healed. So even if you feel like you were the start of it, it can be healed. Does that help? Mm-hmm. Okay. Other questions? So again, I was trained with it. So you go through the apprenticeship training and learn how to facilitate generational healing if you want to facilitate. But just seeing me for generational healing session, you'll come in, you'll lie down on a massage table, and you just simply, you get to receive. Like imagine how many people just allow themselves to relax and receive. Instead of like, I've got to figure it out, you just relax and receive. And the trained generational healer, because I do train, there are other generational healers in that area and around, she will connect with one of your ancestors that is seeking healing and have a conversation with him or her. And as that's happening, they're also offering that healing the way that the ancestors have asked for that. So it's super easy, very easy. And then you'll sit up and we have a conversation. Your ancestors receive that healing and most likely you'll be, wow, that sounds like me. In fact, I had a session yesterday. I'm offering mini sessions here at SoulSearch. Thank you, Tangela, for SoulSearch. I'm offering mini sessions here. And a woman sat up yesterday and she looked at me. She says, nobody could have known that except my mother. I said, well, this is what your ancestor shared. I'm not with you. I'm not doing a reading. I'm facilitating a healing, a life-altering healing. But yeah, most people are just like, yeah, I feel so different. Even people that do not know their parents, they were adopted, or their parents were adopted, or their grandparents were adopted. I actually had a client, she's like, I'm adopted. I don't know my family lineage. I facilitated generational healing with her, and she looks at me afterwards. after the session was completed, she says, now I understand all of it. She left. She said, I have been wanting to organize this room for years. She says, I went home and I organized it. It was beautiful. Like I had so much more energy and clarity and vision and purpose. She says, and I found my tribe. I found like-minded people. It's one thing I love about Soul Search is that the beauty that community brings of being with like-minded people. She says, I found my people I like that I can connect with, and I can speak to spiritual things and talk about the earth and the healing and magic. She says, and I noticed differences in my son. I think he was 3 at the time. One day all of a sudden I get this message from her. And she's like, hey, Crystal, can I schedule my husband? She says, we're driving down the road. And he looked at me and said, yeah, I want to go see the lady that you saw that changed your life. And he did. And it was eye-opening for him in how he was feeling, what he was experiencing in his own life. And I messaged her later. She messaged me. She's like, oh my gosh, Crystal, thank you so much for facilitating generational healing with my husband. This just saved our relationship. I noticed differences in my son now too. People will sit up and they feel brighter, they feel more alive, they feel like there's a spark within them again. They feel hopeful, they feel clarity, direction, purpose, peace, and freedom. Any other questions? Yes.
2 questions. The healing, is it coming out in conversation with the ancestors?
Yeah.
Yeah. Changing their DNA?
Yes.
And why does an ancestor need to know? Why can't they do it on their
You're
side?
carrying within your DNA. Those unhealed, that unhealed pain and suffering continues to be within your blood. It's like the gifts, right? I don't know. Redheads, okay? Completely redhead. Redhead because the parents are good. I have medium because my parents have medium. It's in the genetic. And so those unhealed traumas are impacting you, affecting you emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually. So not only are the ancestors receiving the pain that you do as well. So if it released from you, so that you get to express and experience it.
Yeah, if you do it immediately, it's fine.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
And that was kind of part of the role, like how
Yep. Nope. It's the ancestors, and it's what they've designed for the evolution of humanity.
So are you the conduit or are you the healer?
I've got to wrap up, but it's all, yeah, right. But I do have to wrap up because I know there's another speaker. So I just want to thank each and every one of you for coming and listening and honoring your ancestors today. So thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. Welcome to everyone joining us live today in person and also on the live stream or watching the replay. We're excited to have you with us. It's our first expo here in Reno, so happy you guys could join us today and stay with us. We'll be back in the spring, so stay connected. And at SoulSearch, you can connect to amazing teachers, practitioners, and guides like Terry J. And you can do that through our online platform, soulsearch.io, also through our events like the Enlightenment Expos, and through soulsearch.tv, where you can watch amazing conscious content from all of our practitioners. And it's available on Apple TV, Android TV, Roku, and Amazon, and online. So you can go just to soulsearch.tv and check that out. And I'm very excited to be introducing Terry J. She is an intuitive medium for people and pets, animal communicator, horse whisperer, medical and veterinary intuitive communicator, map dowser, remote viewer, and more for 34 years. Last year, she was featured in a Peacock special for her intuitive work. She has also had shows at the Atlantis Casino and is currently pitching her own TV show, which will showcase her intuitive abilities. She works 7 days a week doing readings by phone and doing workshops around the country. One of her greatest joys is teaching others how to utilize their innate intuitive abilities. She has published 3 books to teach these skills to others and is working on her 4th book about dog communication. Terry currently resides in Carson Valley, Nevada with her husband, Hoflinger horses, and 2 dogs. So welcome, Terry. We're so excited to have you with us today.
Thank you for having me. Okay, so I just wanted to start. I do have my books. There are 20 each. They teach you how to do what I do. I make it really simple. And this one was my first one, and it teaches you how to do everything just real quickly. The method is the same in all the books. This one is the physics of mediumship. I want to take the woo-woo out of it, okay? And the other one is great for caregivers, first responders, and medical personnel, because it teaches you how to connect to the person even if they're unconscious. Isn't that cool? So how I became intuitive, I mean, I'm a down-to-earth Nevada cowgirl, and I don't do woo-woo at all. What happened in 1990 is I was doing a horseback therapy program with disabled kids, and I heard a nonverbal child speak to me. So once I had it confirmed, the suggestion was made to learn to communicate with the horses because all animals are telepathic. Well, and I was an idiot. I went, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I had, and there were no books at the time. I mean, no books. So I just set about doing it, and I was married to a really gifted horse trainer at the time. And so we always had strange horses coming in, and he'd go, come on, talk to this one. So I really had, kind of on the ground training with communicating with all of those horses. It was really, really interesting. I only wanted to communicate with animals. That's all I wanted to do. And of course, man plans, God laughs. And the thing that saved me really was physics, finding out about physics, seeing the movie What the Bleep, and realizing, it's all just energy, frequency, and vibration. And that's what really, got me really interested. And I love how physics and spirituality are just melding together right now. It's so cool. Everybody can learn to do this. I have taught hundreds and hundreds of people how to do this. When I do a workshop, it's so cool because everybody gets the ebook ahead of time, and everybody shows up. Morning is questions and answers. We break for lunch. The afternoon, I start pairing people up, and they start doing readings for each other that fast. So they're very easy techniques, and I have really broken it down. The one thing that I noticed about what other people teach is they miss the biggest part of this, is the speed that it happens. If you're in communication with an animal, all telepathically, it sounds like this. Hey, did you, what about, it's that fast. Well, you guys have, we've all been trained to have a polite conversation. I talk, you wait, you talk, I wait. Well, if you do that, try to do that with an animal or a person on the other side, or to get information from the universe, you're just going to miss all of it. So my biggest guidance for you today, my biggest gift to you is listen faster, okay? It's the most important part. I have a special in October for anybody that books a reading. You get my free ebook. I have this one available, and so it just goes over everything. So anybody who books a reading in October will get the free ebook. So the first thing I want to cover is medical and veterinary intuition. This is so important. The most important part about this is disease is caused by stuck negative emotions. So disease is issues in the tissues. And if we find the stuck negative emotions and release them, we can heal the physical body. The physical body can heal itself. So it's very, very important to be able to not only just get the disease, the gist of the disease, but then also figure out what the cause of it is. And anybody that wants energy healing instructions that includes a medical intuitive handout, email me, I'll send it to you. It's my gift to everybody. I get a lot of calls from veterinarians and physicians, and they're going, we're stuck. We don't have any idea what this is, but we really need help on figuring out what this is. And it's so incredible because they give me the name of the person, their age, and boom, I got it that fast. Because I do my own work where I hear things very, very quickly. And a lot of times it's like, oh, should I interrupt them now and tell them, or should I let them keep talking a little bit? So, because you want to get that information. Veterinary intuition, the horses, the dogs, the cats, they can't tell us what's wrong. And so I love doing this because you get the information, and in some ways, I'm just going to refer them right back to a veterinarian. So I do not diagnose, I do not prescribe, but I can sure tell you what I feel is going on. And then they can take steps to actually facilitate healing on the animal. And of course, you can do the same thing with the human too. Animal communication, oh my God, I love animal communication. That's how I got my start. And I really think my show should be called, I Can't Make This Stuff Up, but I want to use a different S word because it's too specific, it's too direct, and it's just amazing what they tell us. If we just learn to listen in a different way. And we have to remember, it's going to be over the top of our question. We're going to get 2 words out, and then they're going to be telling us back what the deal is. Okay, so it's really important to remember that. And again, one of the biggest things I get with animals is that a person's grieving the loss of a pet. And I tell them, you've just got a new one. Well, yes, I did. Well, that's the same spirit. The spirits come right back in the same one. And you're still grieving, and the dog's trying to help you heal, or the cat or the horse or whatever. They're trying to help you heal, and you're not listening. You're just not listening. It's the same spirit, new body. You get the new and improved. And remember, there's only one rule when it comes to reincarnation, and it's with God, all things are possible. So you can put 10 spirits in one body, 1 spirit in 10 bodies. Okay, so it's really important to remember that. I lost 3 dogs in 4 years. I got 2 puppies last year. Both of the puppies do the behaviors, really weird behaviors that the other 3 did. It's incredible how when they come back. And it just heals your heart. It's just incredible. Horse communication is different because we're dealing with 1,200-pound animals that can kill you. So the horse communication is just very, very specialized. I do a lot of professional barrel racers. I've done Fallon Taylor, who's a $1 million barrel racing winner. And it's incredible what they tell us. And they can't tell you that they hurt. And a little chiropractic and a little bit of AccuScope, which is microcurrent therapy, and most of the time they're just right as rain. So we just have to make sure that we take care of them because they're not designed by nature to graze or run. I mean, they're designed by nature to graze and run from predators, and that's it. And we're doing a lot of stuff on their back. It's not designed to do that. If we were going to really, do the horses a favor, they should have a back like a camel, so that when we put our weight on, it goes down to level, and we put our weight on and it dips even more. So it's just really important that they get regular maintenance. Intuitive communication, I had to write a book on this. I didn't want to, but guidance told me I had to. That's the 3rd book. There's been so many occasions where I communicated with somebody in a coma. One story is a client called me from Hawaii, and she said her uncle was in a coma from a ruptured brain aneurysm. Well, you guys know the survival rate on that is like zilch. Anyway, and I called her for a lost cat reading. So it's like, and then as I'm dialing, I'm hearing cat found. And I went, what? So I called her. I said, I hear you found your cat. She goes, Terry, the cat's coming in the door right now, which I thought was really weird. And anyway, I said, but I'm hearing man sick, man sick. She goes, yes, uncle's in the hospital, ruptured brain aneurysm. They're asking us to disconnect life support. I said, do you want me to talk to him for you? She said, oh, I'd love that. And I tuned into him, and he was so articulate. You know, that under this window, there's a table for 2 people and this color tablecloth, and my bills and my checkbook are right there. Please have someone take care of them. I mean, that's such an earthy thing to be concerned with. And I thought, okay. And then I was smelling green coffee. And I told her, I said, I'm smelling green coffee. She goes, oh, he's a coffee farmer. And I went, okay. And I said, he's showing me this thing that looks like a little motorized rickshaw. She goes, well, that's what he brings the coffee beans in out of the field. So, I mean, he was giving me all of these specific things. And the cute thing was he was sitting on a fence. I could see him sitting on a fence. So I asked him, I said, do you want your family to try energy healing? He said, oh, yeah, that would be great. So we got him in touch with an energy healer, and the energy healer worked on him, and he walked out of the hospital, went home, back to work. It was so cute because they said before he had his aneurysm, he was since he survived his aneurysm, he's still in. Isn't that funny? I mean, I just love working with that whole family. But intuitive communication is really important. If you have a caregiver, somebody who's working with nonverbal kids, medical personnel, it's just incredible that you can learn to do it, and you could just tune into the person, give them unconditional love, and make your 3-point connection, and boom, you know exactly if this is a medical condition, if they're drunk, you know, if they're having a diabetic problem, or if they're just drunk, you know, you can just tell the difference instantly, and you don't even have to smell because usually you can't. Mediumship for people and pets. Oh my God, this is so much fun. I love talking with people and pets on the other side. And everybody goes to the same place. Everybody's fine. And the big thing that I do that's sometimes different from other people is I use physics. I use physics on all of it, but especially on this. You know, we have to look at the physics of it, positive and negative energy. So when someone goes to the other side, you know, we're 99% energy anyway. So when somebody goes to the other side, only the positive stuff can go with them. Everything negative gets shed off and left behind in the earthly realm. Well, if you don't have discernment, if you can't tell the difference between positive and negative energy, then you can tune into the negative energy garbage that they've left behind, because it looks like, feels like, and sounds like the deceased, but it's not them. It's not them, okay? It's just their garbage. And the only reason I go dumpster diving is to find an apology. Like if you had a horrible parent and if my client needs that apology, I'll go dumpster diving and find that apology that they did in their moment of passing, like, oh man, did I screw up? Okay, that's the only time I'll do it. So you should never get anything negative from somebody when you're having a reading about the other side. Never. Because if that's happening, then you're dumpster diving, or your practitioner is dumpster diving. Okay, it's really important to remember that. Everything negative stays behind in the earthly realm, and the ironic thing is that's the stuff that causes hauntings and poltergeist and that concentrated negative energy. Isn't that amazing? We just don't think about it in that way. I also do intuitive life coaching. I love doing that because what happens is I usually start a reading on a pet, and then it's like guidance just sort of taps me on the shoulder and goes, hey, look, you better look. And then it's like, oh boy, we got an issue here. And so either they're grieving, or they have a health issue, or they have financial issues, or they're having a relationship problem. And sometimes it's all of them. So then I get to ask permission, because if they give me for an animal reading, it is unethical to immediately switch and go, hey, we got to talk about your grief. So I will ask permission. I'm getting this on you. Are you comfortable working on that? You have to ask permission. You know, I've got really, really strict ethics. A lot of times they just start bawling because somebody's really just gotten to what's really been bothering them. And we find solutions, and it's very, very healing for them. One of the fun things I do is remote viewing and map dowsing. Oh God, this is so fun. I have found gold on maps. I have found water. for people that are drilling a well. And I do it over the phone by looking at the map. I don't have to go out there with the sticks. Isn't that funny? It's really cool. You just look for the energy of it. Water's got energy. Gold has energy. I have a friend who collects gold nuggets, and she has them in boxes, and they're all labeled. And she can put them in my hand. I can tell her where they're from in the world. It's so fun to do that. It's like, let's stump the intuitive. But it's really fun to do that. And she'll go, how are you doing that? I go, well, because the different parts of the earth have different vibrations and frequencies. So that's really fun to do. The other thing I use it for all the time is finding lost pets. Because you can look at a map and you're focused in on the energy of the animal through the owner. And there's so many times where you go, oh my goodness, he's 3 doors down. Oh my goodness, he's gotten picked up. He's not in the area at all. And I even try to expand the map, and I've had some really fun experiences doing that. And being able to find, I was 3 for 3 1 week. I couldn't believe it. It's me, if your cat gets out, that's it. They're gone. You're never going to get them back. And every single one of these people got their cat back. It was so cool. So when you start doing this, when if you get a book, if you take private training from me, if you do any of those things, you're going to be able to do all of this, or you can pick and choose what part you want to do. But I've trained so many people that go, Terry, I don't need you anymore. And I go, that's great. And they go, I'm doing it. I'm getting paid for it. And I go, all right, good job. And they go, I've had people go, aren't you worried about the competition? I go, are you freaking kidding me? No. This has a wonderful ripple effect. So if I teach people, like a horse person, how to do readings on horses, and they're at a stable with 40, 50 horses, don't you think they're going to be helping every single one of those horses in that facility? And not all of them are going to call me. Do you know what I mean? So it has this wonderful, wonderful ripple effect, and I just love it. So that's pretty much all of the things that I do. These books can teach you how to do it. I love doing private training. So we can either do it like on Zoom or FaceTime or something like that. So I have some people actually come to the house because I live in Minden, so I'm not very far. And it's just really fun. I love my work, and I love helping people to heal their lives and to help their animals too. Any questions? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, if you want all 3 of them, then it's only $50. You could save $10 if you get all 3 of them. So I wanted to tell you guys that. But, yes.
So if you can sort of hear a voice, or you feel like you're communicating and it's positive, how do you know it's the actual being that you're trying to communicate with, and not another being that's kind of pretending to be that being?
Oh, no, that just doesn't happen on the other side. The vibration's too high. The other side's a God vibration. So the vibration's too high. Every once in a while you'll hear somebody else, but you just know. After you've been doing this, you just know. And in the books, I teach a 3-point connection. That 3-point connection, it's heart to heart, third eye to heart. So you have a triangle, and it's a point of physics. Again, anytime you have 3 points, energy can flow. So you stay connected to that person until you disconnect. You maintain that 3-point connection. Plus, if you're grounded, then you're always going to be spot on too. And there's so many times where I get stuff and I go, okay, this makes no sense to me, but here's what I'm getting. And a lot of times they'll start laughing, they'll start crying, they're going, oh my goodness, that is just spot on. So you'll be able to get feedback if you're doing readings for other people. But it's so easy to learn to do. I have to tell you guys too, I don't take myself seriously, but I really take my work seriously. And I will put on a gypsy fortune teller outfit and go to corporate events and do readings. It's hilarious because they don't expect you to be real. Do you know what I mean? They don't expect you to be real. And then I had one lady come in one time and I went, oh my God, who died? And she just burst into tears. And I thought, oh no, I'm going to be in trouble. I don't want sending people out of my little booth and they're bawling. You know what I mean? And I was able to help her by communicating with the person she had just recently lost. So this stuff just happens when you're in that group. Oh, it's wonderful. It's just wonderful. So trust it. There's not too much malicious mischief when you're connecting with the other side because the vibration's so high. And if your vibration's high, you don't have to worry about that, really. Okay, anybody else? Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, you have to like be born with this gift. Like, there's something for the gifted, but you're saying that anyone can.
Anyone can do it. I have taught hundreds of people who were even disbelievers. You know, we're all born with 5 physical senses, right? But we're born with 5 intuitive senses, which are intuition, clairvoyance, clairsentience, clairaudience, and claircognizance. Clair just means clear. So we have clear seeing, clear hearing, clear feeling, clear knowing. We all have all of it. You got all the clairs. I always joke this is the Claire sisters. Everybody has all of them. So you don't have to, you just have to learn to stay out of your own way, have no ego. Ego is probably the bane of this work because we have a need to be right. You can't, oh my goodness, if you have a need to be right, you'll screw up. There's been times when I've been given wrong information, known it was wrong information, and my guidance just keeps going, tell them, tell them. And I go, but it's wrong. We're having this, telepathic conversation. Tell them, I can't. And so I tell the person, and a couple weeks later, I hear back from them. Hey, Terry, remember you did it? Oh, yeah, you're the one I gave the wrong information to. You knew it was wrong? Yeah, what happened? Good. Well, I found the right horse because of what you told me not to do. Isn't that something? So you, even when you hear it and you're told to tell the wrong information, it is in the person's best interest. So you just have to get out of your own way and not have an ego or, a stake in the outcome. It's so fun to do this. Oh my goodness, I love it. The only thing I can't do is I can't go to horse shows anymore. I can't go to dog shows, because I just get overwhelmed with, with information. So any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I think it's absolutely fascinating how you make the science into it and you take a lot of the stigma out of it. Because a lot of people think, very similar things that other people have it, but we all do.
Yes.
And there's such a stigma around like mediumship and stuff. And
Sure.
I get it. I'm a Nevada girl too, born and bred. So, I get it. And I'm also a very much so woo-woo girl. And I was like a weird goth girl in class. It's just, there's a lot of stigma around it.
Right.
And I love that it's evolving into science
It is
and everything
science.
else. And I love how you piece it together and you present it in such a wholesome, bright way. Like you're right, when you're connecting on a certain level, you like the stuff below, the garbage, the dumpster
Right.
diving, like you don't need that.
No.
You're not connecting with any of that. And I love the way that you present it.
Well, thank you. That's
You're
really
very welcome.
nice. I just love my work and I work 7 days a week because I love my work.
Yes.
And I love teaching other people too. That's one of my highlights is when I watch them, because if we're working together, once I see you've got it, you're grounded, you've got your 3-point connection, you're out of your own way. Once I see that you've got that, you'll start doing readings for me. Mm-hmm. And that's really fun because there's not a lot of, I don't share public information about my life.
Right.
So it's pretty fun to say, hey, come talk to my horse, Why don't you talk to my dog Daisy? And it's really fun because they'll just nail it after just a couple hours of work. It's mostly getting out of your own way. And I really do encourage people to do energy healing too, because we all have a bunch of garbage. I picture those long cotton picker bags, those canvas bags that the cotton pickers use. They're like 10, 15 feet long, right? Big strap across your body. Well, that's where we put all our garbage. And if somebody tapped you on the shoulder and said, hey, why don't you just cut that strap and walk away from your garbage? We would grab it to us. No, it's mine, lest I forget. So we want to hang on to that garbage and it doesn't serve us. The happy stuff is like little freaking fairies around your head. It's not in that garbage bag. And so we need to make sure we can get rid of our own garbage to raise our own vibration so that we're on that higher level, that higher frequency. And a lot of times you can just raise your vibration and frequency with intention, just with freaking intention. It's amazing how simple it is once we figure out that we don't have to be like this. One of the greatest things is having somebody who's terminal and you tell them, okay, this is what your cause is, and go see this energy healer. I could never say, oh, let me do the energy healing for you. I wouldn't do that anyway because people need to heal themselves because disease is disempowerment. And so if somebody gets hands-on healing done, they haven't got their power back. So the disease could come back because they still haven't found the root cause, which is disempowerment. So I send people to this energy healer that I know, and everybody's gotten healed. I have one person that didn't listen, and she's passed. She did not listen. I told her what the issue was, and she wouldn't let go of it. Couldn't forgive her husband for killing himself. Yeah, it is a tough one, but because she felt like he was saying she wasn't worth sticking around for. Yeah, and it is hard. It's a hard one, but I lost my husband. I survived that, thrived from it, So we all have these obstacles that we put in our path so that we can, grow from it. Some we get before we come into physical, and others we pull in through our intention. Yes.
Can we talk more about the training that you offer?
I have different hours, an hour, 3 hours. I think I even have like an all-day one. They're all on my website. I have cards here. My website's on it. I forgot what's that little thing that you just tap your phone into, the little square thing?
QR code?
Yeah. I actually have a QR code. You can hit it and go right to my website. I forgot it. I had it printed out and everything. But I have all the packages, on my website. Oh gosh, I love teaching this. Because if you just watch somebody just blossom and they're not intuitive, they're even afraid of it, they're insecure, and I was like that when I started. I was a mess. Ooh. I just think how far I've come. But I was really a mess. And so it's taken a lot of work. I'm still working on me, on being more clear. Because I think we can. I think we can just keep getting more and more clear and getting more and more information. It's fascinating to me. And having physics and the base in physics, it takes all the woo-woo out of it, and you just go, hey, this is real. This is real stuff, that we're doing. I had to euthanize a horse. She had really bad laminitis, which means their feet hurt. I thought, I got to tell her what's going on. And I went out there and I talked to her, mentally. And I said, feet hurt, not better, can't be better. Release from body. And she said, like other horse? I said, what? She said, other horse fly around. I said, what? She said, yeah. And she showed me a beautiful visual image of another halflinger, because I'm addicted to halflingers, and with a wide white blaze. I said, Maggie? She said, yes, Maggie, fly. I said, you see her? She goes, yeah. And I said, do same as Maggie? She said, yes, please. Isn't it amazing? So when I put her down, and now I can be in the house, in a room, and there's two halflinger horses chasing each other around the room, about 4 feet off the ground. You look at it and you go, okay, yeah, I see it, but I don't have to react to it, but I can see it. They're having fun. So even when they're in non-physical, they can still be with you, and they think it's really cool. They get to come in the house. They don't even have to ask. They just show up. So it's weird, but at the same time, it just heals your heart. It just does. It just makes you feel so good.
That's sweet.
Yeah. And I have another horse that has laminitis, and she's full of piss and vinegar. Does zippers, does it Velcro on your sleeves. She gives you a slime facial. She says it's kisses, but it's a slime facial. And she says, no, I'm good. I'm good. She doesn't want to go. I even showed her, we took her over and showed her, after the other one was deceased. And she said, okay, bye. It was just real, not the reaction you would think that they would have, because that had been her friend for a couple of years. And they're just okay with it. It's like they get it better than we do, I swear. Really. So anybody else? Any other questions? But just know you have this in you already. You've turned it off in childhood. So now it's just a matter of learning to turn it back on so that you can use it. And it's really fun, especially if you have kids. You become a human lie detector. Oh, when I started learning this, and I have 2-step kids, I feel sorry for them, because they go, I go, no, don't even do that. No, no. Let's try the truth this time. Because they just go to open their mouth and I knew they were going to lie. And they would sit there and I go, okay, here's what I'm getting. That's what you did. Well, yeah. You know, I caught him every single time. Isn't that amazing? So, and it works really good when you get, you're somebody that's got negative energy and you find yourself backing up and backing up. Also, know this is a technique. You know how two people face each other when they're having a conversation, you know, when they're standing up having a conversation. And if you feel yourself wanting to back up or back away, 3/4 of your body, just sit this way. You can still look at them, but you've protected your third and heart chakra. So that's a really good technique because then you're not rude. You're just sort of changing your body position. But that way you don't, it's like you don't get, you know, attacked, energetically attacked. So you just learn all this stuff as you go. Isn't that cool? Anything else? But seriously, if you're interested in this, do it. You know, schedule a reading if you want, or get one of the books or all of the books. Go on the website, look for the different packages that I have. I love doing this. It's so much fun. And if you're local, you can come out to Minden. It's pretty fun. And then I'll have you do readings on my horses and my dogs. Isn't that cool? I mean, it's when I do the workshops, and you can also schedule workshops if you've got like 4 or 5 friends that are interested in it, and you can schedule a workshop. And oh my goodness, I just love it. And everybody will be doing readings for each other by the afternoon. It is that bad. I just don't like woo-woo, and I don't like making this complicated. Not when these are abilities that we already have. We already have these abilities. Okay, anybody else? Okay, well, thank you all for coming. It was really wonderful being able to share this with you. And if anybody needs any books or you want to get business cards so you have my contact information, feel free. And thank you so much.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the life, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. It was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up. offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway. Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. We are so delighted to have you here. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we're excited because this is our first ever expo in Reno. We will be back in the spring, so stay connected with us and stay tuned. And at SoulSearch, we are here to support the upliftment of humanity, the awakening of consciousness, and we do that by connecting you to amazing teachers, healers, and guides like Shama here. And you can do that through our platform, soulsearch.io, by coming to our live events, our Enlightenment Expos. You can also tune into our conscious content streaming channel, soulsearch.tv. You can just go to the website, soulsearch.tv, to watch the shows for free, or tune in on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, or Android TV. We also have a mobile app. So without further ado, I'm excited to announce our next speaker, Shama Besley, and she is a high priestess, warrior, innovator queen. Shama is a multidisciplinary healing channel, master healer, teacher, author, and businesswoman. She is the creator and founder of Writing from the Queen's Seat. Shama leads from the heart of intuition using the language of metaphor. She founded Sonoma Healing Press to further the mission of amplifying the voices of soulful feminine leaders who have knowledge to share and sacred stories to tell. Her genuine business know-how, intuitive acuity, and generous spirit have earned her the trust and respect of entrepreneurs and creatives from around the world. Shama helps you unleash your hidden magic. So welcome, Shama, and thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for blessing me with your beautiful time today. One thing you'll figure out real quick is that this is a workshop, and so I'm going to want a lot of participation. I am not a quiet girl. So we're going to get fun. We're going to have some loud. We're going to talk a bit, and we're going to work this out. So how many of you here are familiar with just the word blind spot? Anybody? Yeah. How many of you here? Oh, good. She said no. Good. So who would like to give me a quick definition or an idea of what they believe a blind spot is? Anybody? Yeah, talk. Let's hear it. Yeah.
Something that I can't see myself, but someone beside me is better than.
Yes, exactly. So basically something that, we're really trying to switch lanes, right? And all of a sudden we get right in the thing. And it's like, oh gosh, I almost hit that car. I almost hit that car because that car was in a blind spot for me. But that car could see me and everybody else on the road could see it. I couldn't see it. So in perspective, our blind spots are really difficult sometimes to see for ourselves, right? And I can tell you a million times, I have had blaring blind spots right in front of me. And it's like, oh my gosh, how did I not see that? And thank goodness somebody else could come in and say to me, oh, well, maybe this would work. Or you didn't see that thing, right? And so that's really helped to open up the perspective. So today what I'd like to do is I'd like to workshop it while you are here. Because I know if you're in these seats, chances are you're working on something. You want something in your life. You have something that you're like, if I just had this thing, but I don't know what it is, right? So I would like to invite everyone, if you're in the far back, feel free to come up. If you like being in the back, I won't make you get back. I'll just run back to you. Okay, but come on up and let's get close. Let's get cozy. And then I'm going to have everybody. I did bring pencils. 1, 2, or pens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18. All right, let's see if I got 18. That would be great. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does anybody have a pen? If you don't have a pen, I've got markers and pens and papers. So just blank papers. Can you take one and pass that and then grab a pen? My fingers weren't so dry. Yay. Grab a pen. There we go. And then there we go for you. You have a pen? Okay, for me. Okay. If you can't find it, I can give you one. Voila. Yeah. It's weird. You got from the side pen. She went. She started here. Like right here. You got it. You got one? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Who needs paper? Has it made it around? Okay. She was over here and it's small before. Oh, yay. You got. Everybody's got the tools of the trade. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the first thing I'd like everyone to do is just to take a moment and write down the thing that you would like to accomplish, the thing that you'd like an answer to on the piece of paper. You can write down multiple things. The thing you're working on, the thing you are kind of struggling with, anything like that. If you have confusion and you're not quite seeing it clearly, go ahead and write that. If you're working with health or healing or business or relationships, whatever that might be. Hello, welcome. Come on in, have a seat, come as close as you want to. It's a workshop. I'm going to bring you some paper. Do you have pens? Maybe one. Maybe one. Let me bring it. Okay. We just handed out paper, so everybody's very quiet right now. We're going to get loud in a sec. I just had to pull out. Maybe I'll give a pen and just grab two.
Here.
Was there somebody here who needed one?
Oh.
There we go. Great. And so the assignment was to write down whatever it is that you feel as though you could use some help with. Maybe you can't see it clearly. Something that you might be working on, trying to find. So anything like that. So that's the assignment. So just write it down on a piece of paper. Yay. Okay. Does everybody have it? Okay, good. So at this point, I'd like to kind of open up just a real quick discussion for everyone. So I think that blind spots happen more often than we probably recognize in our life. And it can be some of the stuff that actually holds us back from making the progress or for achieving all that we actually can do. So if anybody here has something that you'd like to share really quickly, anybody have anything that they feel comfortable saying, this is what I'm working on? Anybody? You don't have to, but if you want to. Great. Okay. I've got two. So you go. Let's hear it.
Okay, so mine is like a combo of purposeful living and empowerment in my offerings and financial freedom.
Okay. Did everybody hear her? Personal empowerment in your offerings and financial freedom.
And financial freedom.
Wonderful. So when you hear that, what did it sound like to you? Personal empowerment through her offerings. What did you hear?
That she maybe did connecting with how she's interacting.
Okay, so maybe not quite connecting with how she's interacting with people. Okay, or interacting with spirit or, okay, sure, yeah, kind of getting that clarity. Anybody else? What do you hear when you hear that? Just what do you hear? Prayer? Yeah, sacred prayer. Lovely. Yes, I love that. Anybody else? What did you hear? Pardon?
Validation.
Validation. Oh my gosh, how important is that? Right? I know we say, oh, you shouldn't need external validation. Does anybody here not enjoy having some external validation? I think everybody needs a little bit of external validation, indeed. What did anybody else hear? Personal empowerment through her offerings. What does that sound like? Self-love, right? Because that's that personal empowerment. Am I empowered? Do I feel empowered in my offerings or through my offerings, the channel? Good. Anybody else want to speak? Yes. Wanting, not having. Okay, good, 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 good. These are all really good. Great. Anybody else? Pick up or hear anything? Feel. Say again? Tapping into her gifts. Yeah. So again, just kind of, you know, if I know I've got these gifts, how do I get them out of my body, right? And serving the people through my offers, right? What am I offering to the public? Good. And the second one was financial freedom. Anybody? I'm sure I got sweat marks. Anybody? Yeah, can anybody relate to financial freedom? What does that sound like to you? What does financial freedom ring in your body? What does it sound like and feel like? What does it mean? Feeling worthy, financial freedom. Yeah.
Like a release.
A release. Yeah, keep going. Talk to me.
I don't just with that freedom, there's just that less pressure.
Yeah. Less pressure. Yeah, I love that. More in flow, less pressure. It's like that freedom maybe to do, right? More. Yeah, more in flow. I saw a hand over here. Yes. Brings peace. Oh my gosh. How many of you have looked at a bill and felt very financially unfree? Right? All right, so much. Wonderful. Does anybody else have anything around financial freedom? How does it feel in your body? What does it sound like? What does it mean as you hear it? Anybody? Not being tied down.
Or contentment.
And contentment, right. And financial freedom and empowering an offer can mean so many different things through each of our individual consciousness, can't it? It's like how I hear it and how I work with it is going to be completely unique to how you hear it and how you work with it, which is wonderful that we have a room full of amazing consciousness right here and now. Because now we can squidge out some of these blind spots together in consciousness, right? Because we're all working on the same thing, even if it's not the same thing. Yeah? Good. I saw a gentleman in the back who had his hand up. What did you write down?
I wrote down third eye vision and gifts.
Ooh, I love that. Third eye vision and gifts. Who would like to share what that sounds like and feels like?
Clarity.
Clarity. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, anything else? I feel like you kind of went clarity and you might have some more in there.
Like you seeing beyond the veil.
Seeing beyond the veil. Yes. And we're at a really good time for that right now, aren't we? Yeah. Really good time. Good time to bring that one in. Anybody else? That third eye vision. Any words, any feeling, any sounds, any insight?
Inner knowing.
An inner knowing, that clarity, that inner knowing. Yes. Good.
Being able to see past like the three-dimensional clutter and chaos.
Indeed. I love that you said that. Being able to see past that third dimension clutter and chaos, right? I mean, how often do we sit down if you try to meditate or if you're just sitting down in contemplation or even just trying to organize your shoe closet? How often do you sit down and it's like, oh my gosh, before I do this, I have to do this. I have to clear all this gunk out first before I can even sit down in peace, right? Isn't that what happens in meditation? All the stuff that we're not really wanting to focus on pops in. We have to clear all that junk, that 3D stuff. But let me ask you this, 'cause that's so true. This is the hard thing. We're like in the human experience. It's impossible that we can't have 3D junk, which is why it slows us down. It's impossible. We can do our best to clear it. Without a doubt, we can do our best to clear it. However, being completely junk free is probably not going to happen in this reality, right? Because if that were true, we wouldn't need our human body anymore. If that were true, we wouldn't need, to rub shoulders and elbows with all the diverse people on this planet, right? So we love that for sure. Tell me a little bit more about that third eye vision. Anybody feel it? I was going to say, am I already out of time? Geez, we just got going. Third eye vision. Any other words? Any other insights? Because they're also very good. Any other words? Anything they want to share? Yes.
Think of the trust in your intuition.
Yes, that trust in your intuition. How many of you get intuition and then at some point go, but I'm not sure if that's right? Yeah. Right? Was that my brain or was that actually spirit talking through me? True. Yes, that trust for sure. So that's exactly what all of this is. And it's never, I always say, anybody that I work with, I'm always like, it's not either or, right? It's yes and. It's always yes and is the answer, right? Because nothing is either or. Nothing is black or white, right? How many sides of the coin are there? Who said 3? Yes. Tell me what they are.
Top, bottom, and side.
Top, bottom, and the side. What's the side? It's the edge. The edge can roll and roll and roll and spin and spin and spin for as long as it does until it chooses a side. But when you're walking the edge, what does that feel like in your life? Exhilarating. What else? Scary. Yeah. What else happens if what if the edge starts to tip over a little bit and then it comes back to center? What does that feel like? Unnerving. Yeah. Uncertain, wobbly, all these things. So you could be going boom, straight on the edge, right? And you're just dialed in. Or we could be a little bit wobbly on the edge, a little bit wonky, kind of spinning. We're not sure where we're going to land. Yeah. So there's always 3 sides to every perspective, multi-dimensions to every perspective. And the answer is always yes and, right? Because no matter what we do, if we're asking someone for advice, it would be, yeah, that's actually really good. And there could also be this other thing. There could also be this as you deepen, because as you deepen and change, your perspective change, and all of a sudden you no longer have a blind spot. Right? And that happens every day, every single day as your consciousness is this. Expands and contracts. How many of you have walked into the festival? This festival is really great, any festival, and have felt the consciousness all around you. Felt the energy, and you're like, oh, maybe get spun out, maybe get dizzy. There's a lot going on, a lot of spiritual energy. Because each one of us are little battery plants of energy. Each one of us has a consciousness that sometimes it's really big, sometimes it's pretty small, right? And so when we walk into any space, we are actually interacting as consciousness first, which is why you're drawn to certain things. Because as consciousness, you're already out there feeling it. And the closer you get, you either go like this or like this, right? I'm either drawn in or I'm like, oh, I'm going to go this way. Okay, so what does this all have to do with blind spots? What does any of this consciousness talk have to do with our blind spots? Anybody got any ideas? Because it's always yes and. What does that sound like when we're talking about consciousness? When we're talking about how we grow and expand and how we walk the edge and how we choose a side, right? Choosing sides, politics. Anybody? Right? You're gonna walk the edge on that one? Yeah, maybe. But right, sometimes we do choose a side. We choose a side based upon our values, our convictions, what we believe is going to make a better world for those that we care about. And there's nothing wrong with that, because if we don't choose a side, what happens?
Someone chooses for us.
Someone chooses for you. Somebody who has no fear about making a decision will ruck right up and make that decision for you. And gladly. Gladly. So, you know, when we say empowerment, what does that mean? We hear these words, alignment, empowerment, authenticity, you know, we hear all these buzzwords, but what does it actually mean in practical reality? To you and to your blind spots.
Stepping into my own, kind of like taking control of my own energy, my own.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking control of your own energy, stepping into your own. Very much that empowerment. If you're in an office meeting and you try to speak up and someone starts talking over you, does that feel very empowered? And then what's our choice? We either wait or say, wait, I was talking. I wasn't done yet, right? That can even be uncomfortable, right? But those are when we're at choice. And if we're not in our power, what will we can do either thing. Let's be honest. We can do either thing and be in our power. It depends on where you're at, right? So I could very clearly sit there and know that that person just started talking over me, and they'll feel it. You can hold that space deeply enough that they're gonna be, oh, I'm sorry. Did I just start talking over you, right? Or I can use my voice and say, oh, excuse me, I wasn't finished. Yes, and you can be in your power in any moment, depending on where your consciousness is and what you choose to do, because it's always yes, and. There's never a wrong answer. Yeah? So I'm gonna wrap all of these ideas up, but I kind of want to hear from a few more people. Who else has something on their paper that's a blind spot they wrote down? That's something you're working towards. Anybody? You got quiet. Let's do it. Okay.
Breaking generational curses and traumas.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yes. Breaking generational curses and traumas. Oh my gosh. How many of you feel like that? Yes. I see the hands. Yes. Because what happens in our spiritual inheritance? Yeah, you take it, right? It's like, that's your inheritance, just as sure as you got the money in the car. You got all of the karma that comes with it, all the bags, right? And some can be quite loving and some can be quite gnarly. Yeah, but it is your spiritual inheritance. And what is that? It puts you back at choice, right? But it also can put you in a blind spot, right? For sure. Good one. Did you have one that you were going to say too? I thought you might have. Oh yeah, you were just coming in. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Breaking those generational curses. You know what's so funny? How many of you resonate with the word curse? Like you actually go, yeah, I feel that. Like I know what that feels like in my reality. Sometimes you can just go, yeah, that needs to get dissolved and whacked off. Yeah, anybody? Yeah, for sure. So when we talk about this, when it comes to magic, when it comes to consciousness, it's all real. It's all real. You're magic. I think you know that. Yeah. And it all just has to do with how you wield it. That's it. And that's why we go and seek advisors, and that's why we do other things, because we're wielding one type of magic and the advisor is wielding another type of magic, and that's how we get the mirror. So you're serving every single day at the grocery store, at the school, with your lover, with your, arch enemy, with me. You're serving with me right now. Thank you. Thank you. You're making me better right now. Thank you. Thank you. So when it comes to these blind spots in our life, what we're going to do is we're going to workshop this out a bit for each other. We're going to workshop this out for ourselves. Okay. And what I'd like to do is I'm going to give you a set of 3 questions. And I think we have enough to do 3 or 4 groups really, and just kind of cluster off into just move your chair around and find a group of maybe 4 or 5 people. And then I'm going to give you a group of questions once everybody's gathered in their group. Okay. So go ahead and just switch your chairs around. Let's just take 2 minutes to just kind of get into a little pod. Like I said, it's very workshop style. I can't sit there and talk at you.
Oh, we're moving chairs.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good. Okay. Great. So you got that here, 3. Yeah. Good. Okay. And does everybody still have their pens and paper? Good. Okay. Your question? All right. So what I'd like you to do is write down the first question. How bad do I want this thing? Do you need these papers?
Yeah.
Yep. Then you can take the paper with you. Do you have a pen in your purse?
Yes.
How bad do I want this thing? I'm going to give you some context that you can start chatting it out with each other after you talk about this. The thing that is in your hand, the thing that's in your question. Okay? I want the people around you to hold you accountable for how bad you want what you say you want. Because what happens if what we say we want is part of that shoe clutter? Because we don't actually know that we can have more. Right? So what if that's just kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of what we can actually potentially have? And you have an opportunity right now to cross it out and say, well, maybe or maybe not. Maybe I want more than that. And to share that in consciousness, the first question that you're going to ask one another is, and ask yourself, how bad do I want it? How many of you like scales, like 1 to 100, 1 to 10? You guys can do that too. 1 to 10. Give yourself a 1 to 10. How bad you want this thing, and then you're going to share it. The second question that I want you to ask yourself and ask each other, what am I willing to exchange to have this thing? Because it's never a loss. You're not going to lose anything. But you also have to be willing to give. Give and receive and give. What are you willing to exchange? for this thing. Third question. How will this serve me, the consciousness, and everyone I care about? I know, right? CONSCIOU, conscious, SNES. CONSCIOUSNES. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to throw another question, a bonus question, like I always do, but I'm going to do that after you answer those for yourself, and then you answer them with your group. I just want you to share with each other. So take 3 minutes, 5 minutes. What time do we have on the clock? 1:20. Oh, we got time. Cool. So take 3 to 5 minutes to answer these questions, and you might only need 3 minutes for yourself. And then I want you to take 5 minutes to discuss as a group. Okay, and I'm going to be walking around, and I'm going to be observing and listening and weaving through your magic together. So take 3 minutes to answer for yourself.
That's what I thought I was.
We don't know what I want.
All right. Has everybody answered for themselves? Do you need another minute?
Okay.
I know your name now. Okay, so if you're done writing for yourself, raise your hand just so I can see who needs more time. Okay, great. So we still have a few people. We'll just give it another minute. I want you to get it all out because there's some good questions. Good. All right. Are we feeling a bit ready to share and kind of join in as a group a little bit within your groups? Okay. Share what you got? Okay, good. So somebody speak the one question out loud. I don't mind. Anybody. Speak it out loud so everybody can get on the same vibration. You want to read for us? That's the first question.
How bad do I want this thing?
How bad do I want this thing? That's the question at hand. I'd like to share amongst your group. How bad do you want this thing? Let's do it. Let's do it. And then I want you to really share from your heart what you want, why you want it, how bad you want it. Is this the one that we said on a scale of 1 to 10? Yeah. Great.
Say what the thing is or not.
You can say the thing, yeah.
How bad do you want it?
9 out of 10?
Oh,
Yeah. But I really want it. Like a little.
Mine is 10 out of 10.
Man, I'm on and so like there's for sure here, so I put 8 out of 10, but I don't know if I did that because there's this fear of like what I did. Clear mind. Yeah. Choosing.
And on a scale of 1 to 10, that little bit of fear. Okay, right back down.
10 out of 10. And I 9 out of 10 for the one.
I was in the next one. And it was like you
I think Paige that my mom liked from what I know that some of it.
I'm going to go running on.
Yeah.
You went for about a 9. What's in there? That's what I want. Yeah.
Don't necessarily want to do that. Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah. Okay.
You have been. There's so much trauma, but I have Eat a shit ton of sugar. And then I'm like, obviously, I never get these cards. Except for what I'm choosing. No. So it is really something.
Not enough space for to have it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
These two.
She's the one who created it.
If you're ready to move on to the second question, you're ready to move on to the second question. You can go ahead. What are you willing to exchange? You don't have to give it up. What are you willing to exchange?
Oh, look at me like that. What are you?
What? What am I willing? I guess I have to agree because I have a financial freedom that. But I love it here. I'm willing to exchange.
I would like that, but
Not saying we don't do business together. It takes up a lot of time. Focus. Not losing one thing, but like
taking away one thing.
to pour into, I can't pour from an extra cup, right?
There's a lot.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No idea what you're talking about. Cups, 2 cups.
I think that's what I'm using. Time for myself. Because I feel it's a lot for all that kids.
Yeah.
So they're not feeling guilty. I feel guilty, like I'm not.
That's like also into what I'm trying to, I can't really convey, but I don't hear speaking.
What are you willing to exchange? Just give the family. Like I got to what else we do. Where
And focus on yourself.
yeah. And
Not any control.
because now they're doing.
Yeah. I'm juggling, but I don't have enough. I have to juggle with not enough. I know. Not enough. Yeah, not enough. Like, for example, the other night. I'm figuring out dinner anymore. I don't get home last week. Avery, you drive now. And have it already done so I can see.
They said,
While I'm at work, I can tell people they're figure out what to make. Well, tell Avery I have my 5-year-old.
And I grew up
14-year-old.
oh, yeah.
Like, I have no space for my home.
Yeah. One of us been talking more and more.
So I'm so like, I love to work. What am I supposed to do? You're really supposed to, I don't know, that's like my struggle, just balance. I don't know what that's gonna be.
You just said you don't know.
I said that before.
Yeah, you have to check.
Did everyone make it through the second question? Did everybody share? Great. Would you like to move into the third question? Who remembers what the third question is? Who wants to speak it out loud?
How will this serve me, the consciousness, and everyone I care about?
Yes. How will this serve me, the consciousness, and everybody I care about? Question number 3. Go ahead.
Well, it feels better
Figure it out. And how will that serve you? Yeah.
One more question. Love. No, you're not your brother. I mean your partner. Oh yeah. How about you? How will it serve you?
It's so weird.
Just like everybody around me. Picking up people if you're taking service. Giving it effort. Good. Write that down. Responsibility for what you just go on. Everyone has a part. You don't have to say it.
Is your flow very much about? Do it. The next part's coming. Good job.
Last week.
Solidified everything. I mean, kind of the same. I think it's more awareness, spaciousness.
Okay, team, if everybody's done their share, I've put some chakra wisdom cards on a chair somewhere in your vicinity. And what I would love for you to do is just each pick a card and don't look at it yet. Okay, stay right there for your group. Okay. Grab them.
Feel it. Feel the one
Don't look at it. Don't peek. Good.
That's what I said. I got camera too, and now I can't see it.
Does everybody have one of their cards, or are we still passing them around?
I do that all the time.
Okay, everybody's got their card. What I'd like for you to do is pass it to the person to the left. Oh, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. You can trade. Why do you think I had you do that? Yeah, blind spot, exactly. Because what's going to happen? Your consciousness is going to pick something that you're already going to know. Right? But the person next to you has some wisdom, and they're going to pick, and you're going to shift it, and you're going to get a new perspective. Okay? Lay it on you, exactly. What I'd like for you to do with this card, it's a chakra card. It gives you a whole lot of like, I am on the inside of that card. I want you to feel how it resonates with you as you turn it over. And I want you to pick one statement that feels like a tool that you can take with you and write it on your paper. So read them over, turn it over. And the assignment is, what chakra did you pull? That has some insight. Write that down. Read your I am statements and then pick the one that hits home for you.
All good.
All good? Good. That's what we hope. That's the idea. Good. How does it feel reading a card from someone else and reading it for yourself? Yeah, does it resonate? It's your vision. Does it resonate for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pick your favorite sentence if you'd like to write it down, but I'm gonna have everybody pick your favorite sentence, and then I'm gonna go around the room and we're gonna read it out loud. Every single person gonna read the one you pick out loud, and we're gonna answer our question. The 3 questions that we asked ourselves today. Okay? All right. I'm gonna just pick. So make sure you've got your statement ready. For you, my darling.
I choose not to be a martyr. I am a mentor, not a.
Ooh, yes. How did that fit with you?
Exactly what I was thinking right on the start.
Oh, there you go. Yes. Good, good, good. And how does that go into the 3 questions that we asked earlier? Yeah? Okay, good. Keep that, write it down, and know that you're activating that. That's your sacral, yep. Into your sacral chakra. So do that work, use that, and embody that. Good. What would you say the blind spot was that you needed to fill? If you had an insight. Not sure? Okay. So what did you want? What did you write down?
I write children's books.
Okay, so we're asking for blind spot. She's giving us hers. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
I write children's books and I build these little dome houses. So I just kind of want to like figure out the direction I'm going with my life.
Oh, good. Okay. And so when you look at that and you say you were thinking about that today, right?
I tend to like help other people instead of focusing on my own.
And what does that bring up in your body when you do that? How does it
Like anxious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anxious. Yeah, do you get frustrated? Yeah, because you're not moving on your stuff. And can you read for everybody one more time out loud? What was your statement that you received?
I choose not to be a martyr and a mentor, not.
Yes, good, good, good. So exchanging some rescuing tendencies for very good. That's what you're doing.
They're teaching kids and
Yes, that's exactly right. Very, very good. Thank you. What was your name?
Megan.
Megan. Thank you, Megan. All right. So, would you like to read? Yes. Okay. I'm aware that everything I do and say affects others. Good. Very good. And what were you asking for? What do you want? Oh, there you go. What's the blind spot that we do? It's complicated. Okay. So can you read that one more time out loud? Good. I'm aware that everything I do or say affects others, and she's calling it a better relationship. That's important, right? That's important insight. Because what would happen on the other side of the thing when she has something that somebody has said to her and it's affected her quite deeply, right? And if she can dissolve that vibration through her body, what it looks like is that your crown chakra, what it is. Is that your crown or your throat? Your crown? Yeah. Yeah. So when she uses this, remember it's coming through her crown. Oh, no, not that over. The crown chakra. Okay? So when it comes from the crown down, right? Everything she does and says affects others, which also means she can dissolve it through her crown work. So remember the chakra in here. Okay, remember to do the work through the chakra. Okay, switch it on. Do it through the chakra. Okay, thank you. And can you say your name after the name? Pam. That's my sister's name. Thank you, Pam. Yes, yes, yes. And how does that feel for you? Does that feel apropos? You're not sure? Okay. What is not sure? What's unclear?
Just because one word is too complicated.
What makes it complicated? Just one word. What's the sticky name?
How to go about it.
How to go about it. Leaving? Okay. So the stickiness is how to go about the exit strategy. Okay. So that card, again, and feeling this out, right? Unwinding it, disentangling it, finding the juice in this. Okay, if we need to know how to move and leave, or if something gets disentangled and that's coming from the crown down, you're going to get something in the dream state like this. It's going to give you a cue. You might get something, right, from the greater conscious streaming into you. Okay, but remember that whatever you say and do is the key. So be very true to what you say and do. Make sure that you want. Okay, because sometimes we might say something that we don't want. Good. All right. One more. How much time do we have? 10 left? Oh, I got time. Okay, good. Okay, did everybody write it down? Yes. You have it. Take a picture of the card if you want to. Make sure you've got it with you. Did you feel like you got some insight into your questions today? Yes. Yes. Okay. Good. I wish I had another hour and a half. Yes. Thank you for coming, sharing your time, sharing your energy with all of us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for witnessing each other and witnessing yourself. Super important. Okay? And we all leave today in the frequency of divine love, the most powerful force in the universe. Okay? Take that, shake that, walk out with that. Okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are so welcome.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. Thank you so much for being here today. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we're excited because this is our first event here in Reno, and we love it here, and we will be back again in the spring. So stay tuned for our next one. At SoulSearch, we're here to support the upliftment of humanity, the expansion of consciousness, and we do that by connecting you to amazing teachers and guides like Barbara Schiestel. And we do that with our online platform, soulsearch.io, where you can connect with her, as well as all the practitioners you see here today. You can attend our Enlightenment Expos, our live events. We also host online events, readings and healings and all types of things. And you can tune into our shows on soulsearch.tv. That's all free conscious content created by our practitioners. You just go to soulsearch.tv online or download SoulSearch TV on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, Android TV, or our mobile app. And you can tune into all these cool shows. So without further ado, I'm excited to be announcing our next speaker, Barbara Schiestel. She is at your service as a soul steward into holographic consciousness for humanity. Barbara's soul mission is to make choices each day that will enable her to live as an example of well-beingness regardless of circumstances. Her soul's vision is to see healing as already complete while not yet evidenced. Her soul's gift is to be an icebreaker into uncharted waters without fear. And her soul's contribution is that in this lifetime, there is no other who can do it as her I am. And so she's here today to speak to you all about quantum leaping into your spiritual self. So thank you so much for being here, Barbara. Welcome.
Thank you, Tangela. Welcome, everyone. And everything that I deliver in the next minutes will be related to setting intention. And my first step into that is setting the intention of the message that I want to convey to each one here. We are finding ourselves in a very different environment than what we had even a month ago, much less a year ago. The rules are bizarre and they're dropping away, and the expectations that we may feel are on us are also there for dissolving. We have a challenge in front of us with that change. We can resist it, and this isn't right. The world's going to hell. It's chaos in our government. That's one choice, if you see it that way. The other choice is that opens up a whole new world of possibilities. If rather than resistance, the alternate path is chosen to release yourself of any expectations to create what is going to benefit you most right now. What I'd like to share with you is some tools that you can take with you, and just little by little, with the self-awareness and the practice in your everyday opportunity, because it just keeps coming around, navigate the waters in a way that you can find joy. I'll pose the question also to set the stage of what if the purpose of our life at this time is to find joy no matter what. That it's a creation inside ourselves that is not determined by someone else's words. It's not determined by any outside circumstance. It doesn't matter the boss, the weather, the drivers, anything that comes at you, you have a choice. So here's some thoughts on recognizing what we can do. As living, breathing individuals, We are between our birth and our death, which is breath. As long as we have breath, we have the birthright to make our own choices and to, if we're going to assign meaning to anything, it's up to us. It's one of the rights that I see as very unrecognized, the freedom of choice in how we're viewing what comes at us. It's an inside job. No one else can do it for us. We can go to channelers, healers, psychics. We can go to workshops and try all different modalities. We can add meditation in our life, and all of those are stepping stones to understand ourselves better. But in the end, what you do with that is entirely up to you. If there's resistance that's coming up when you know that it's something that might benefit you, there's your clue of, wait a minute, I just got this impulse, this, call it a seed drop, and you're arguing with it. An example for me might be waking up and I should do a yoga class today. What I started to recognize was I might go into, well, maybe not today. I'm not sure I feel like it. Maybe tomorrow would be better. But in the end, it started to feel like I was arguing with spirit. If that drop came in right when I hit the ground in the morning, that wasn't my logical mind talking to me. So recognizing when we've got a calm quietness, and we can do that through meditation, we can get ourselves into a point where we're going through our days settled, and out of the blue, that something arrives. Pay attention. Opening up the awareness. That's a huge start in developing relationship with spirit. It's the birthright of the thought process. It's ours and ours alone. It is also an avenue that's available to anyone of any age, of any income, any education. There is no limit on this opening, this opportunity in front of every single person. There is no discrimination. It's all what you're doing with yourself, for yourself, to yourself in some cases. The title is the talk of the title of the talk is Spirit Unleashed. So how do we recognize when spirit is present? Having the clarity of the thought that might drop in is one possibility. Another is starting to recognize your own choice of words. In the old paradigm, which I'm suggesting we purposely choose to step out of. This is not for me. So in the old paradigm, we may have truisms we've heard all our life. It might be something like, life is tough and then you die. So if you hear that, see that, anything along that line that is, well, that's great. Is that all I have to look forward to? That's your opportunity right then and there. How would I reword that? Is there anyone in the room not familiar with the shift term? Going from the old paradigm to a new way of living. Everything is shifting around us. So we have the old paradigm, life is tough, then you die. A rewrite in practicing what's next could be shift happens. right? And it has a whole different meaning, a whole different connotation, and a different effect on your body. It's like, oh yeah, shift happens, and find the humor in that. The thoughts that present themselves one by one. Is this old thinking coming to mind? Am I trying to be logical? Am I trying to weigh this out? How do I make this decision? And we get ourselves stuck. If we can take that opportunity, that moment, to step back and I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm going to go do something fun. I'm going to do something that gets my mind off of it. I'm going to watch a funny movie. I'm going to do some physical exercise that brings me encouragement that I enjoy. So finding that way of stepping back, and for everyone it's going to be a little different. Having that as a go-to. If I'm stuck, I'm leaving it on my desk for today. I'll come back tomorrow. And when you sit down the next day, how many times does it happen where the solution is right there? You just didn't see it when you were in this narrow view. So that's one of my suggestions on the tools. How many of us know what our gifts are? If I ask around the room and I said, what are you trying to fix in yourself? Can you name your flaws so that you can work on it? Most of you could have a whole handful of things that would come up. I procrastinate. I talk bad about myself. I don't trust my decisions. I this and I that. I'm not providing like I should. Whatever it is, we know our flaws. We've taken them on as our challenge. We're going to fight them down, and this isn't working. I'm going to try another way, and somebody else sees our flaws, and then it makes it even worse. If we changed that in a way I call flipping the script. Your script is, I have these flaws, I'm working hard, I'm just stuck. You're the author of your story. So flipping the script, you're the author. I don't want that story to continue. Let's start fresh. So what that might look like is, what are my gifts? It may not come real quick. It may take going back a long way. In some cases, you're finding that one key frustration, and out of that, finding, oh, there is a gem buried in there that I can learn from. For me, as a child, I was the third of four. So I was a middle child, and I was also the oldest child between the two sets of kids. Gap in between. Much of what I remember was, who do you think you are to interject maybe in a family fight or well, what about? And I'm trying to be helpful and calm everybody down. So who do you think you are to say what you have to say? That stuck with me for a long time. When I came to my Lutheran church confirmation, so this is age 13, we needed to give a speech. We had our topics, we did our practice. It was standing in front of the whole congregation of what I viewed as all these old people, and none of them are happy. And at this place on the stage that was, what am I doing here? And my hands are shaking, and I can recreate that pretty easily. That was related back to, who do you think you are, and why do you have anything to say? And can you even get the words out? Fast forward, in my first marriage, a common phrase that I was told was, Who would want to hear your voice anyway? Here I am today, taking on, I know I've always had something to say. And I'll call myself out on it. I paid to be in this spot, to have something to say, to break through that barrier that I felt was on me all along. I will never have a first time doing a public talk in this type of setting again. The door's open. It's a way of not trying to swim upstream against something. It's jumping in the water. Here goes the current. Did I not have a moment in the last couple of weeks where I was, holy shit, what did I sign up for? Absolutely I did. But I did this flipped my script on myself day after day. Usually it was the middle of the night when I went, oh, it's Saturday. Oh, that's only one more week to go. Am I ready? No, that's okay. It's going to be fine. Just do it. You're signed up. There's no backing out now. And as the week went by, instead of the WTF, I never even got it through my thoughts. It was, oh, Saturday. It's okay. We got this. It's going to be great. And to create looking forward to it rather than letting it take me under. One of the introduction points was that I was making the choices in my life to be an icebreaker, to step into, I have to do it for myself first before I can even suggest it to someone else. I have to live it, to teach it, to learn it, and become that. So flipping the script is huge. Ooh, that's only 17 minutes. What are your gifts? That's one of your assignments. Another phrase that we may hear ourselves saying is, how can I heal? What that seems like good intentions. You recognize something that's not quite right. I need to heal it. But the implication is that something's wrong. You wouldn't have to heal it if it wasn't wrong. Can it be made better? Sure. Flipping that script, what I came up with was, how do I get my shine on? Instead of healing, maybe I need a little dusting off. Maybe there's something that I'm not gaining the maximum benefit from that I could be. So how do I get my shine on? And each one of you will have that opportunity probably before the day's over of you finding yourself with a phrase in your head. It might be something you've told yourself for months, years, a lifetime. And wait a minute. If I were listening to that phrase, how would I flip the script? How would I rewrite it so that it's in that positive, jump in the stream, let's go with it direction rather than fighting the current, working against something? Along the lines of identifying your strengths, back to what the gift was, in talking this through with a coach of sorts, but also on the spiritual level. Well, what is it that you do? What do you want to provide to people? And much of that input was from my work world. Well, I'm a problem solver. I'm a project manager. I take all this information and I get things done. I'm a solutionary. But everything I said around what I'm looking at as a positive attribute or something I can contribute, the reply was yes, but that refers to there being a problem in the first place. If you're a solutionary, what are you solving? You're solving a problem. Well, I have to identify a problem. So there's problems all around me, or I wouldn't have a job. And it finally came down to, after some filtering and sorting and throwing these different terms out there to see how it sticks, instead of being a problem solver or a solutionary, I don't have to look for obstacles that might come up. I can call myself a luminary. I can shed light on the situation. So flipping the script, I see as shedding light on an opportunity to make a different choice. Any questions? Does anyone have an example of what your tendency might be in a phrase? Something that you, oh yeah, I got me written all over that. Anything? Living in the questions. How do I flip my script? How do I reconsider that? How do I step back? Here are the questions that I've come up with as starting points of how to know yourself. What brings me joy? How do I make my choices in the day if I don't know what brings me joy, but yet you set an intention, I want joy in my day, and you go, what would that be? That's self-exploration with a benefit. If you are at any point of getting stuck in that frustration of trying to, I'm depressed, I'm anxious, I'm stalled. Replace the question. What brings me joy? How can I find joy before I go to sleep tonight? It could be something super simple. It could be, I'm going to treat myself to a mocha today. I'm going to take a 10-minute walk on my lunch break. You're not working against yourself. It's almost giving yourself a gift. What do I love? Along the lines of what brings me joy. Who do I love to be? When do I love myself? When I'm being myself. What could I be? If I find what brings me joy, then I'm sharing joy. That might be what I love to be. I love to be joyful because I recognize that ripple effect. For some people, the terms might be, how do I get my game on? It might be, how do I get my shine on? It's being your own coach, your own cheerleader. It's all reframing, all flipping the script. It's not accepting the patterning, the words that we're using. In flipping the script, repatterning our phrasing, it's my contention that words carry power and every word matters, whether it's to yourself or audibly. So choose wisely. So if you imagine your words that were just expressed randomly at a situation, you emboss those words on a boomerang and I want to get rid of that word. I was angry. I want to get over it, but I'm putting it out there. If those were negative words, what do boomerangs do? They're coming back at you. And if you're on a tangent of this sucks and I don't want to do this anymore, and they did this and that happened and it's out of my control. You're putting all the words out. You don't know when those boomerangs are coming back at you. It might be all at once, it might be one by one, and then you're wondering, why is the world hating? Why is this stuff all happening? Well, you created it. So before it's even out there, there's one theory that I've heard through recordings of Esther Hicks, which to me, I find just little pieces of boosts every day that I can listen to while I'm driving. One of the things that has come up quite a bit is the idea that it takes 17 seconds for a thought you've created to take hold. So if you can catch yourself in less than 17 seconds and go, no, I don't think I wanted it quite that way. I'm going to rewrite that. That's where you start breaking patterns. And step by step, that realization, and you start catching it sooner. And then all of a sudden you might hear phrasing or words come out that, where'd that come from? I've never said that word before. Example might be, this was actually from my mom in the last couple of days that she was alive and I was with her 24 hours. Her phrasing started coming out with, well, that would be splendid if someone suggested they'd stop back in a little while to see how she was doing. She was talking like an English noble person. Well, yes, indeed. Or that is a dilemma. Who are you, woman? But her filters were gone. She was expressing her feelings. She never felt like she was an educated person. And that's a little bit of a tangent, but that's the example that came to mind. When you start catching yourself in those words that you've used for years, and something shows up, you might do a double take of, what did I just say? Or the person with you might do the same thing of, are you different than who went to bed in this house? People may be surprised. What's different about you? Taking ownership. Taking ownership with your words, taking ownership with your script, choosing when to flip it. We're coming out of a period of duality, a period of polarization. Everything is this side or this side. There's no in between is what's presented to us. With that comes a ton of judgments. In order for me to feel right, someone may need to make the other person wrong, simply to be right, or to take a stand, or I have to have an opinion. What if we don't have to operate at that point anymore? What if instead of red and blue, we have red, white, and blue? Why are we fixing things that aren't working rather than, so the new paradigm, the new possibilities of being creators in your creatorship, owning your thoughts. What is there that no one else is seeing yet? There's a better way there somewhere. If you start with the old, all you're doing is fixing something that's not working, or putting a Band-Aid on it, or propping it up, and maybe this will be better for a few more years. But what if it's something totally out of, like, holy cow, how come no one ever came up with this before? there's so many, every little type of business or social section has opportunities like that. One that is close to me because it's related to the physical well-being of someone is the system currently in place for food subsidies, the food stamp program, supporting those that are in a stage of hunger. Is the effort there worthy? Absolutely. But how come no one is asking, why can you buy soda on food stamps, but you can't buy something that's a health drink? In this era, it doesn't make sense. So those are great things to ponder on versus who said what or did what or whatever. Another choice. With the information technology all coming at us at a pace unprecedented, we find ourselves with a choice there too of what to be filtered, what is beneficial, what it may not be, and finding an acceptance of yourself where you can use your heart to discern a situation of maybe you're not watching, maybe you're just listening to just hear the words. How does it resonate in yourself? Does that make sense? Is there something off about it? There is no requirement to agree or disagree. You can hear it, process it a little, reasonableness, resonance. If you don't want to hear it, I don't need that. If this information is creating anything like a fear or a boiling up, absolutely turn it off, because the delivering person, if it's typical media, it's being sensationalized for a reason, to get a reaction, to get an emotion. So as a conscious consumer, using your heart to know what to do with it for yourself. Doesn't matter what anybody else's opinion is on that, or even if you share it. You may never even mention, I just couldn't take it, I had to turn it up. Our freedom is choosing our reality. We're choosing what is for ourselves. It could be a diagnosis of you'll never walk again. If I were told that, I would say, well, thank you for your opinion, and that may not be my reality. And anyone that overcomes a diagnosis like that, or anyone that just accepts, here's what we're going to do for you. It's just filled with choices. There's the professional that's paid to do what they do. They are respected for their role, but it doesn't mean it's a blanket acceptance. Freedom to choose, choosing our reality. There was an example of something for acceptance for myself that was related to body weight. Having put on 30 pounds in 2 years' time, above where I wanted to be. I'd replaced my clothes. It was, I feel good. This is comfortable. Then an injury and a surgery and lethargy, and okay, here I am. And I'm trying this, and I'm trying multiple things and different input, and nothing was working. So I'm okay, I've got to replace my clothes. I go to thrift shop anyway. I'll just get clothes that fit, that feel good on, that we'll just go for a whole new wardrobe. And yeah, those nice things are there for someday later. I'm not going to get rid of the skinny clothes. Within about a month of replacing the clothes, and okay, this is it. It's not going to interfere with my happiness. It isn't at an unhealthy point. Could it be different? Absolutely. Maybe it will be someday. The weight started dropping a little bit and a little bit. And then I looked back at the closet, and it's a small house. So I have my winter clothes and my summer clothes, and some go into boxes, and we do a twice a year flip. So I'm looking at the next season's clothes, and well, I'm not going to take them out of the box because they don't fit them anymore. I didn't think I wanted to get rid of them. But as soon as I had that awareness of, even if I got down to that weight again, where those clothes fit, they're not me anymore. I don't even care if I wear them anymore. And I'm sure somebody else could use them right now if I donate them. When that happened, you know what? Whatever weight I'm at, I'm going to find what feels good on and brings me joy. And the weight started dropping again. So it was a situation like I described earlier. You can just keep pushing against it, and this isn't right. Something's got to change. Not acceptable. Once I made it acceptable, not permanent, because everything's always in flux, I turned downstream. I wasn't fighting it anymore.
So what do you say to those people who like challenges?
Challenges in order to, tell me more, in order to feel
Well, you said,
accomplished.
you know, once you start swimming downstream, right? And there's some people that want to persevere and stick with it, and
yep,
they get tested over and over.
There's one word in there that's my clue. They. You can only speak for yourself and live from that example, and maybe gently share, this worked for me. But if it's a they, you got nothing to say. And if it means some separation, maybe that needs to be a temporary, it's too much in your face right then. And if you're not ready to have that happen without taking it on or wanting to fix it, then a little separation might just take a little time to open up new possibilities for them as well. And it's not always that easy, but the distinction between what you have control of and another individual. Does that answer your question?
Pardon my interruption.
No, not at all. I'm glad you jumped in there. So who's ready to fast track, to take that quantum jump, to all right, we're going downstream here. So fast tracking to me would look like dismissing habits as you become aware of them and putting in their place a lot of questions to get to know yourself. Fast tracking would be drop the rules that are running in your head. I guess it's an old one, but you don't wear white shoes before Memorial Day or white clothes. No rules. There's no rules from parents, especially. No, you should or you shouldn't, who you are, what you should have done, what you didn't do, and you could have, and whatever that echo is. No rules. This is my choice. I will hear and allow the thoughts that I will benefit from. You have no GPS. You have no roadmap. You have no speedometer. If you need to slow down, you slow down. If you're catching the current and you're hitting the rapids, ride with it. Okay, this is going to be fun. Remove the rear view mirrors. That's part of anything back there. Remove the door. Can you do this? I've got this. I have all the tools I need in myself. I choose my path. Instead of a GPS, one of your other tools is your IGS, your internal guidance system. That's where you are developing your intuitive self. You're listening in a different way. So when those seed drops arrive, thank you, Spirit, I gotcha. Maybe it shows up on a billboard or a commercial or a random grocery store, and your eyes just go, okay, pay attention. And little by little, your awareness develops to the point of you feel trusting. Of course you can do it. The only one that would say you can't is yourself. And you can always go back to those questions. What brings me joy? What do I love to be? How do I get my shine on? That's where Spirit finds us. That's where Spirit can stay with us. That's where Spirit can walk with us, sleep with us. From the moment our feet hit the floor, when our minds are clear, and setting that intention for the day ahead. The word choices. Some examples of that might be where'd they go? Setting the intentions of the day could be what I mentioned earlier. I choose to find joy in this day. Dear Spirit, I'm open to receive your signals. Dear Spirit, show me how to draw closer to you throughout this day. Dear Spirit, please bring to my awareness the most important thing in my day. And maybe the phone rings. Asking Spirit's assistance, because we're moving out of this tangible, material, evidenced world. And by your say-so, everything is possible. Your words matter, your thoughts matter, you're the creator, you're the writer. If yesterday was not the life that you wanted, then leave it yesterday, because today the circumstance might feel the same, but if you're describing it in a different light, pun on words there, if the light is with you when you're looking at that circumstance, your description could be entirely different. It's, yeah, that happened, but I learned so much from it. And now I know what something I didn't before. That's a tool I can use. It's one of the bumps in the road might be there just to slow you down long enough to have an opportunity that you would have missed otherwise. That can be turned into a very fun day of, oh yeah, if that, then that, and wow. So looking for a home or an apartment, and you think you got the right one narrowed down, and you got your offer in, and everything's falling into place, and then something happens, and who knows, the seller withdraws. And you might be devastated at first, but that's where your choice is at first. That's your gut response. Well, okay, that felt really sucky, and now what? Only to find out a month later something even more magical, more of your dreams showed up. And if that first deal had not fallen apart, you would have never known the opportunity, the potential in front of you. So looking at everything as a possibility. Okay, what Spirit got in front of me. Because then the potential is limitless. You're not saying, this is what I want, and I will not accept anything less than that. So come on, if I'm supposed to be working on my laws of attraction, and that's what I want, you've just put the brakes on Spirit. You're not in communication anymore. You're not allowing Spirit to work the magic and the no such thing as an accident, right? So let's just leave it in Spirit's hands for a little bit. And living in the anticipation of that result, you can already create how it's going to feel when that happens. You don't know the whys, the hows, but you know it's coming. Any questions now? So we are down to the last couple minutes, and we don't want to keep the next group waiting. So we'll finish up in a moment with just going into a really short, close your eyes, couple breaths, and some points along the I am categories to reinforce what we covered. I will ask if there's any key phrase that you already know is took resonance with you. I'll pass around some note paper. I'd love to hear back what the one thing was that hit home for you, and it will help me going forward. So we'll just start a notepad on each side, and then I'll put a spot by the water and the cups over there. Dropped them off on the way out. So sitting up in your chairs, maybe putting your feet both to the floor and hands on your lap, allowing your eyes to go shut, and taking a deep inhale in and relaxing, allowing the shoulders and arms to feel heavier, And second breath, and this time feeling the skin on your face relaxing and calming. Continuing to breathe at your own pace. I see words as food for my body, and words are food for my spirit. My words are like seeds of the finest quality. My choices are what matters for my intentions. I am the creator of the experience of my life. My focus is forward. I am thankful for my physical body that allows me to experience this life. I am the creator of how I choose to feel. I invite joy and abundance. I am grateful for this day. I am experiencing more joy every day. I am resilient. I am being healed in every way. My health and vitality of my physical form starts now. I draw forward my innate gifts and my strengths that I choose to develop into my power center. As I choose to live in wellness, all become well, and the circle expands. As I am, so it becomes, and so it is. When you are ready to open your eyes and move on with your day, I will extend my appreciation for every one of you being here, open to receive the words that I chose to deliver. Thank you.
middle and one in the back of the room. And you can come back and we'll get that replaced too. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our Reno SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. We're so excited you guys could join us this weekend. We'll be back here again in the spring, so stay connected with us. And at SoulSearch, we are here to support the upliftment of humanity, the expansion of consciousness, and we do that by connecting you all to amazing healers, teachers, and guides like Ted Harris here today. And you can connect with him as well as all of our amazing practitioners at our online platform, soulsearch.io. We also host these live events, our Enlightenment Expos, and you can also check out our shows on SoulSearch TV, which is our free conscious content streaming channel. You can just go online to soulsearch.tv or download SoulSearch TV on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, or Android TV, or our mobile app, and check out all the shows. So welcome, and I'm very excited to introduce all of you to Ted Harris, who's going to be speaking today about your spiritual freedom. And Ted is a clairvoyant reader and healer with 12 years of experience and 5 years of formal training. He transmutes energy, heals relationships, reads past lives, and cuts cords. Prior, Ted actually has been a body worker. He has been a personal trainer, and he has a lot of interesting experience. But he was always learning about nutrition, physical fitness. But then people have always been telling him that you have these gifts, these clairvoyant and intuitive capabilities and gifts. And finally, he took the plunge, and he does this work now, supporting people in healing trauma, healing physical and emotional issues, and giving people all types of clairvoyant readings, chakra and aura clearings. And he has a booth outside as well. And he does work remote sessions too. So we're excited to have Ted here. Thank you so much for being here today.
That was quite an introduction. Wow. You got everything but my kindergarten transcript.
I had that too, don't worry.
All right. So I studied how to do the clairvoyant readings and healings at the school called the Berkeley Psychic Institute. The reason I did that is because a mentor of mine suggested that I go learn how to manage energy, as I wanted to be a massage therapist. Well, so about 3 years into the program, it kind of took on a life of its own. And I didn't really discover everything I could do with it for another couple of years once I broke out of the academic environment and into just doing trades with friends and then doing this on complete strangers. I'll tell you that anybody here work for the FDA? No? Good, okay. I'll tell you that, how can I say this? Love to say it. I have completely alleviated the symptoms, that's probably a good way of saying it, of sciatica in 3 people without touching. Just pulling stuck energy out of their body from afar. And then it never came back. So this stuff, if you do use it, can work miracles. Something else that I've done is I had 2 people that moved here from foreign countries, and they couldn't get a visa. They couldn't get their green card for about a year. And I did a little energy work on the intention, brought their paperwork under the attention of the bureaucrat who was deciding it. And 2 weeks later, both of them got their green cards. So the stuff does work. It can be very powerful. So there's, you got to consider what you're doing before you do it. Let's see. So yeah, I studied at the Berkeley Psychic Institute. The clairvoyant program's about 2.5 years long. I did that, and then as I said, I just started working with friends and loved ones and people that I knew. So anyway, one of the things that they teach you to do is to clear out energy channels out of your body. Energy channels are everywhere, but there are some primary ones that they do. And this is not the meridian system. That's another paradigm that has very valid energy channels that I've used as a massage therapist and as a recipient of acupuncture. So what I'm talking about, what they teach, are chakras. You know, you get the 7 basic ones that run the body. The first one, the root chakra, is in the near the coccyx or the tailbone. That has to do with survival information for the body. So if the body is hungry, it will look for information on where to get food in its environment from the root chakra. The second chakra is 2 inches below the navel. That has to do with emotions and sexuality and sensuality. So a lot of friendship stuff is stored there. A lot of lover stuff is stored there. You go up to the third chakra, which sits in the solar plexus. That has to do with willpower, ego, and energy distribution throughout the body. The fourth chakra, of course, has to do with empathy and love and your understanding of, it's kind of a personal relationship with your understanding of source or God. So that can sit in the fourth chakra. And then the fifth chakra has to do with communication and creativity. And the sixth chakra has to do with clairvoyance. The crown chakra has to do with wisdom. So let's see. The energy channels, there's 2 chakras in the feet. You can bring energy up through those chakras to clean out your leg channels. Cleans out the knee chakras, cleans out the pelvis and the root chakra. Goes out the back of the root chakra and back down into the earth. The cosmic energy comes down from the edge of the universe, which is at the 12th chakra. If you ever actually look at that, it's pretty wild. It's pure awareness. It's hard to describe, but you just kind of look there and it's completely peaceful. Then you can start to bring down energy through that chakra into the, subsequent chakras down until you get to the crown, which is the 7th chakra. And I won't get into all the other chakras. And then you just run the energy down the back of your spine and it hits all the chakras. And then you can run some of it down the backs of your legs, which are the sciatic channels. Sciatic channels are a repository for guilt and shame. So when I read people, I was brought up Mormon, so I had plenty of guilt and shame, but I always like to find Catholics because I can clear their stuff out as well. When you bring the cosmic energy, we're going to do this in a little while, but I'm going to tell you guys some pretty cool stories first. Bring the cosmic energy up the front with some earth energy. You clear out all those channels. You're going to clear out channels going out your left arm, you go your right arm. Those are creative channels. When you have intentions like you want stuff from life, oftentimes that comes from the creative center, which is in your throat. It can come from anywhere, but most often it comes from your throat. You shoot it out your hands, and then it goes up into the cosmos for manifestation. That's one way it happens. There's other ways too, but that's, you're not here for a clairvoyant curriculum. So I'll just keep it simple with that. I'm going to side jump here a little bit. I got certified in past life regression about a year ago, and they were most of them were very interesting. I'll tell you a story. There was one. She was a young woman, about 26, 27 years old, from Washington State, just beaming heartfelt love. And during her session, I regressed her. During her session, she jumped back to Czechoslovakia area about 1727. Her mother had sent her, she was a young boy in this life, I'll just say her. Her mother had sent her to the market to pick up her watch, which was being repaired. On the way back from the market, she was attacked by a big hooded guy that, mugged her, stole the watch, and she was ashamed to go home after that. So she wandered around the woods for about 3 days and then decided to go home because she wanted to help her mother with the kids. When she got home, her house had been burned down, but the watch was sitting unscathed in the middle of the refuge. So obviously the guy that mugged her also burned her house down. So she went off into this meadow to regroup, ended up going into this forest that was nearby. and found a cottage in the middle of the forest. Went inside, was befriended by a witch who was living there. If anybody's into all this stuff, it's Alexandrian witchcraft, that area. So she learned witchcraft throughout the rest of her life. And at the end, so I was asking her, has everybody heard that time is a dimension that we just experience here on Earth? Okay. So I'm going to bring this to life here. So while I was asking her questions about what the scenario scene was, she would ask the witch, her mentor, the answers. She would get the answers and then tell me what they were. So I was having an active dialogue through this lady I was diving, that's what I call it, from this witch. Now, that's only possible if it's all happening simultaneously. Okay, so she learned all the witchcraft. She was doing healing people with it under the sly, because it's not very popular in that area of the world at that time frame to practice, metaphysical magic. So she did that, healed people, and at the end of her life, I actually took her up into the cosmos to find out where the energy was coming from, and that was a really interesting thing. She always like little bubble beings that were rainbow colored and full of love and light, just bringing it all down so that she could use the energy to do the healings right down through her heart chakra. Okay, so in this past life, she actually, she was at the cottage. She was growing older. The witch was not. This hooded person showed up. Okay, the witch had explained to my client that that hooded person was her son, that she had to abandon at birth. I forget the reason. It was like a legitimate reason. Couldn't take care of herself. So obviously, this warlock guy was very upset, carried a lot of trauma in his heart chakra. So, he found the cottage, and they both put up spells to keep him out. He was circling the cottage, and he wore himself out. He kind of stopped, couldn't get in past their energy blockages. So I said to my client, so I'm thinking, well, I'm prior military too, so I've got a little bit of a different mentality for some of the stuff, but I'm thinking this is a problem, right? This warlock guy is very powerful. He now knows where this witch lives. And it's only a matter of time because my client's getting older. So I said, all right, do you feel you can go outside safely and not say anything, but just hold space for this warlock who's tired, but very angry and hurt? And she said, yeah. I double checked with her. She says, yeah, okay. Because if something happened, I could do a quick healing on her and solve it, but I just want to make sure. She said, yeah. So she went outside and she just held space. She just stood there and said, I've got you. It's all right. Everything's going to be something fine. And he just let all that energy out of his heart chakra, all that hurt, all that pain, and it went into her body. And I instructed her to just whisk it down to the ground through a grounding cord and just dissipate all that. And she did. And that warlock just kind of, when it was done, just sombered up. And since there's no difference in time, I'm sure that has some effects to this day. So the power of energy work is very strong. I've cured a lot of my own trauma throughout my life doing this stuff. And I've healed a lot of other people's trauma. And you all have been, I don't know if you're familiar with the path of healing, but it never ends. There's always more layers to go through. So basically, my sage advice is just get comfortable with the pace that you're comfortable with, and with the help that you can get before and all that stuff, and not just nip away at it. There's some self things that I've learned along the road for inner child work with the psychologist that I worked with when I was young. That's really good. So when I do a reading, there's lots of topics that can come up for people that can ask me about it. Career, love, money, where to live, what's my purpose in life. And I'll look at their energy system, and I'll let their spirit tell me the information and what energy it wants healed first. And then I will either use my guides or their guides, or I'll do the healing myself, or I'll instruct their spirit how to do the healing. Sometimes just calling out what you see is enough for their spirit to just start to disintegrate the blocks. And side note, more often than not, there are beings attached to these blocks. This is a hot place to be. However difficult it is being down here, it's a hot spot to be. And I couldn't totally tell you why, but I do know that they love the sensation, the tactileness of it, the senses. So when they plug into a human that's feeling something, they can feel it too. And it ups their evolutionary game, all these beings. So when I heal a trauma, the being usually has nowhere else to plug into and will leave, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes I see the being first, and I escort it to leave, and I usually have my guide find their guides to help them move on to their next evolutionary step. So, there's or I ask God. I use the term God. You guys can use any term you want. It's all good. I use the term God to take these beings up out of their space. I had a boss at a gym. I used to be a personal trainer. I had a boss at the gym. She went to a psychic school, and there's like, oh yeah, your dad's still hanging out in your space. I'm like, well, did they move him on? No, they just told me that. Okay. So anyway, so I saw him, and I had them communicate something. He felt bad about some things that happened, right? So he was still trying to stick with her and like help her, but what the effect it was having, it was jamming up her system with all that energy about what had happened between them that wasn't allowed to move out and transmute and change and heal. So I got my guide to find his guides, and then I had them communicate. I was kind of a medium at that point. I had him move on. And then I drained all of his energy out of her sympathetic nervous system. And her acupuncturist was also my acupuncturist. And he told me a week later that all of a sudden his sessions were actually working. So anyway, okay. So that's a lot of different information on beings. There are guides. I use two terms, guides and beings. Guides are intentional that you call in, but a lot of beings think they're guides and they want to influence you, and they'll cord you into these trauma pictures, or they'll throw a picture in your space and then, that you're unaware of, and then they'll cord you through there. And I just look for those, and a client will tell me what specifically they want me to work on. And then their spirit will show me all the things that are pertinent to them not being able to manifest that. So I will go through and I'll find those things, and I'll de-energize them and heal them and move them out, or whatever is appropriate. There's a lot of different ways that I do this, but it's fairly easy to do if you can see it and you're okay with doing it. And it's kind of a mind game with a lot of us, because we were brought up in this very scientifically based, society. And if that's your slant, I would say study the principles of scalar physics and quantum entanglement. Maybe that'll help you bridge the gap. But anyway, I digress again. So yeah, so you've got beings, you got guides. The beings are, you know, Ted, is that a good being or a negative being? Well, from its perspective, it's just fine. It's just doing its thing. From your perspective, it's kind of weighing you down. Well, this being actually looks pretty positive for you right now. And because of where you are in your development, this being is helping. So, you know, it'll when it's ready to go, it'll go. So you don't always have to like get rid of all the beings. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions in these? I went over 8 ton of stuff. Yeah.
Where do the angels fit into the group of guides and teachers and departed?
Sure. So in my my understanding, my paradigm is that the angels are part of the guide family. Yeah. Like my healing angels healing guide is Archangel Gabriel. Yeah. So they're, you know, obviously in the scheme of things, they're very high up on the totem pole. Yeah. They carry a very brilliant light that's right under Source, Creator. Yeah, good question. And then there's beings that have destroyed their planets. You know, they were at war so much they destroyed it, and then they just flew out. And they land all over the place. And sometimes I have to clear them out. Not a big deal. Yeah.
I have a lot of like moments where when I visit a place that I've never been to, it feels familiar.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like so real. Like I know that place, but I've never been there.
Mm-hmm.
What are those called?
Well, they call that deja vu sometimes.
Deja vu. So does that have to do with me being like maybe in a different dimension?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and so I'm just connecting, or like?
Yes. Yeah. So you're sidestepping a little bit, right?
Right.
Into the 5D, maybe above 5D a little bit.
Okay.
You're getting information from that realm where time is not a constant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it looks like that information is helpful to you when that does happen. Does it feel that way?
Yeah, it feels like it's like confirmation for me that I'm like on the right path.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
So that's how I take it anyway. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I see that. That's
Oh,
good.
okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Cool. Good question. Yeah.
Then the question that I've been reading a lot about the 5D and the 3D, why do they usually skip over 4D?
If they didn't, I would have a good answer for you. I don't know why they skipped over that. Does anybody know what the 4D is for? Do you? Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, it goes up to 12D as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, 5D. Yeah, sorry.
I know we're moving towards 5D.
Yeah, we are. One of my favorite speakers to listen to is Billy Carson.
Yeah.
He's a pretty amazing guy. Big risk taker. It's awesome.
Wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And the other was David. Gosh, it's not a guy at TV a lot. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, Billy Carson, you can YouTube him if you don't have Gaia. Just listen to him talk about some stuff. It's fascinating. Goes way beyond anything I've said. Okay, any other questions? Do you guys want to do a short meditation? All right, cool. Let's do it. So, for the meditation, keep your feet flat on the floor and your palms up on your lap. And you can go ahead and close your eyes. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a sanctuary space in our center of head. So go ahead and tap 1 inch above each ear with your middle finger and draw a gold cord. Just hold it there. Draw a gold cord between your 2 fingers. Then go ahead and take those 2 fingers and move them to the front and the back of your forehead. And draw another gold cord and let those intersect. And where those intersect is the beginning of the center of your head. It's also where your pineal gland is. So let a gold BB form there. And then let it expand to the size of a gumdrop. Let it expand to the size of a ping pong ball. Size of a tennis ball. Size of a softball. And then inside your skull, the edges of it. And then 2 inches outside of your skull. Okay? Now inside of this space, create a room. You can put a nice comfortable chair in this room. You can put a bean bag if you don't like chairs. You can put plants in this room. You can put a cathedral skylight, chandelier, piano, hot tub, anything you want. This room is your sanctuary space. You can put paintings in there, plants. There's your sanctuary space. You can go back to this space anytime during the day that you need a little break. Just enjoy being in here. See what it feels like. From inside of this space, I want you to imagine 2 chakras on the bottom of your feet, right behind the ball of your foot, about 1/4 in size in diameter. You to open up, make sure they're open up all the way. And go ahead and call in some brand new fresh earth energy to come up through the earth into those chakras and spin them. And let that go into your foot. From inside your foot, let it move into your ankle and then up your calves and shins, into your knees, into your thighs, to your pelvis, into your root chakra. Let it clean out the front of your root chakra. It looks like a funnel. It's also 1/4 in size. And let it go out the back of your root chakra. Out the back, and it falls back down to the center of the planet. You are now creating a constant flow of earth energy that's going through your body, tethering you to the planet, bringing your spirit down into your body. I want you to create a grounding cord. Grounding cords can be any image you want. Their purpose of a grounding cord is to funnel any energy, old energy that's still stuck in your aura, your energy body, down into the center of the planet. So go ahead, and it can be any symbol you want. All these tools work when they're set at amusement and enthusiasm. You can set a grounding cord. It can look like a waterfall or a big tree or something funny like a slinky or a Twinkie. And its job, again, is just to allow that old energy to go down at the center of that planet. Center of the planet's where it recycles this energy and it sends it back to where it needs to go. This just happens automatically. You don't have to put any intention into it. So allow this energy just to keep going down. Now I want you to go ahead and imagine a movie screen 4 feet out in front of you. I want you to let 2 gauges appear in the upper right-hand corner of this movie screen. The gauge on the far right is unconscious versus conscious healing energy. We want you to use your psychic hand and turn that needle, no matter where it is, all the way to conscious healing energy. And the gauge right next to that is healing others versus healing yourself. No matter where that needle sits, take it all the way to healing yourself. Great. Now the bottom right-hand corner, there's two more gauges. One is for your mind and one's for your analyzer. Turn those both down as far as they'll go. Go ahead and turn the mind down, turn the analyzer down. The bottom left-hand corner, there's two more gauges for your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. Sympathetic is for fight or flight. Let's turn that down as far as it'll go. You don't need that right now. And then parasympathetic, turn that up as far as it'll go. That's calming. Upper left-hand corner, there's two more gauges that appear. One is for your male and your female energy. Look at where it is right now. Turn it all the way to the male side. Notice if you feel anything different in your body or in your energy. Turn it all the way to the female side. And then let it go and see where it wants to sit naturally. Great. On that movie screen, I want you to let a rose appear. It is transparent. And let the energy of cosmic energy fill that rose and see what it looks like. It can be any color, have any attribute you want. It could be healing, it could be energizing, it could be male, female, it could be calming, it could be any color, any texture. So start to bring that down into the top of your head, into that crown chakra, which sits going up out of the back of the head, angled a little bit, and then angled down going to the center of the head. Let that cosmic energy come through that crown chakra, clean it down into the center of your head, and then it magically goes to the back of your head, where the back of your sixth chakra for your clairvoyance sits. Clean out that sixth chakra. Then let it go down the neck to the back of your neck, where the back of your fifth chakra lives for your creativity and communication. Let it clean that out, all those things that you meant to say but didn't say. Just let it clean out. And then let this energy go down the back of the fourth chakra that sits between your shoulder blades. And let it clean it out. Give it some love. And let it travel down those two side channels down your spine to the back of the third. And let go of all those project energy that sits back there. Let it fall down the ground floor. And let that energy go down to the small of your back, the back of that second chakra. And let it kind of turn in there and clean it out. Expelling all that old foreign energy. And let it go down to the back of the root chakra, near your tailbone. And let it enter there and let it spin and collect up any old energy, and then let the rest of it just go down that ground floor. That's how simple it works. And also take a look at the back of your neck. Back of your neck, let it branch out to either side. Let it go halfway out your shoulders. And then let it go down 2 more channels in the back. About halfway out to the sides. Just filling them up. And then let it run, continue to run down the backs of your legs. Down those sciatic channels. Okay, great. Now take 90% of that earth energy and let it wrap around the front to where it meets the, cosmic energy. Let it meet the earth energy in the front of your root chakra. Take 10% of that earth energy and 90% of that cosmic energy and start to bring it up into your second chakra, 2 inches below your navel. And let it fill it up, revitalize it, regenerate it. And then let it continue to travel up into the solar plexus where that third chakra sits. You go ahead and clean that out. And then let it come up into the heart space, the fourth chakra. Let that spin and clean. And then start to let it come up into the throat. That communication space, creativity, clean that out. And let all that energy go out your left shoulder, down your upper arm, past your elbow, forearm, out your wrist, out your palm and finger chakras each other. Let's spill out, and let the same amount of energy now go out the right shoulder, down the right upper arm, through the elbow, forearm, up the hand and finger chakras. And now just clean out your creative communication channels. Now let more of that energy continue to go up into the forehead, where that sixth chakra sits, the third eye. Let it spin in there. Let it push out any old energy. Let it validate your ability to be clairvoyant. Let it push out any energy that says you're not. And then let it magically just go up into the bottom of that seventh chakra. Start to work its way out the top of that seventh chakra. And then spill out above your head and fall down around you in all directions, filling up the first layer of your aura. Let it now shoot up a little higher above that to the second layer of your aura, and let it spill out in all directions there. Go up into the third layer. Let it continue to spill out in all directions, cleaning your third layer of your aura. Let it go up into your fourth layer of your aura. Let it invigorate and cleanse that layer, then spill out in all directions. Is that healing? It just happens naturally. Let it go up into the fifth layer of your aura. Let that spill out in all directions. Healing, cleansing, moving out any energy that doesn't belong to you anymore. Dag just goes down your grounding floor. And let it go up into your sixth layer of your aura. And let that spill out in all directions. All directions, in front of you, to the right, left, behind you. Great, and now let it go up into the seventh layer, the layer of wisdom. And let that spill out around you in all directions. In front of you, behind you, back, left, right. Great. Now I want you to raise your hands above your head. And I want you, this is the edge of your aura. So set your edge of your aura at your arm's width or length in all directions, to the right and left too. So you're creating your bubble of your aura right now. And let's go ahead and coat the edge of our aura, the edge of that seventh layer, with a color and a quality called certainty blue. This helps to keep other people's opinions and energies out of your space and yours in your space. Keeps your aura integrous. Okay, out in front of you, I want to create a protection rose. This is another defensive, or this is my space marker that people can see psychically but not physically. Go ahead and let that stem of that rose go all the way down to the center of the planet. It's outside of your grounding core because its job is to whisk any energy that gets thrown at you from other people, absorb it, and whisk it down at the center of the planet so it can get dispersed and go where it needs to go. Great. Out in front of that, there's another rose. This is a validation rose. Create this rose at an energy of validation for yourself and for other people. This energy is awesome to have. And other people will be attracted to you if you have this out there. You give that a stem, take that down to the center of the planet. And then out in front of that rose is a not my problem rose. So if anybody tries to throw energy at you to get you to solve their problem, you can create this rose out in front of your validation rose. Same thing, the stem, let the stem go down the center of the planet. And let's see. Yeah. Okay, out on your viewing screen, I want you to let your astral body appear. Okay, an astral body is part of your energy body that leaves at night and goes has experiences in the cosmos while you're sleeping. It comes back, hopefully, when you're awake, and brings this information back with it. Now, how much you're able to absorb is another topic entirely. But just know that it does have an important function. It does bring back a lot of information that our subconscious or our soul uses for tons of different purposes. So the astral body is connected to our energy body through a silver cord that plugs into the front of our third chakra and goes straight to it. Now, something that I do every morning is I create a healing silver sun above that astral body, and I gently lower it onto that astral body, healing any wax or divots that it may have accrued during its night's excursions. Also heal the core that goes into your front of your third chakra as you do that. And then grab that astral body, orient it so it's pointed the same direction you are, and then bring it down with your psychic hands, down and merge it with your physical body. And usually people notice a pretty energizing effect from doing this. So it's worthwhile to do. If you don't do anything else, do that, but do everything else too. All right. So slowly, when you guys are ready, you can just sit there actually, just sit there for a minute and enjoy the feeling and validate the feeling that you just created for yourself. And how free and at peace you feel. And just soak in that for a minute. And you can put little funny movies on your viewing screen. Winnie the Pooh bouncing around, or Tigger too. I used to watch a Jim Carrey clip, Ace Ventura online. What you're doing right now, you're using your psychic abilities. You're strengthening your pineal gland. All right. When you're ready, go ahead and slowly open your eyes. Come out of trance. And then bend forward and touch your palms on the floor in front of you. This kind of just helps you get back in your body and get your energy moving in all the different ways. How was that for everybody? How's that for you? Okay. Anything specific you notice?
The cosmic energy I brought in was blue already.
Okay, cool. So you already have a practice kind of for that? Awesome. Good. All right. Anybody else have a comment or a question? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm a bluegrass player, but I lost my voice, my singing voice, watch surgery. I can't sing as well as I used to.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And, right now,
yeah, so you're asking if that can be healed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. Oh, are you guys leaving? Thank you for coming.
Yeah, in a minute.
Okay. Anyway, can that be healed? Yes, it can be healed.
See what happened, I went to a doctor, I had sleep apnea at the time, and you got a fire, you burned the uvula off burned my uvula off.
Yeah.
I really botched it.
Jesus. Yeah.
Ever since then, I have no singing voice.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Yeah. The first thing that would need to happen is you'd have to, okay, well, first thing you need to do is you need to have all that trauma energy removed out of there. You need to get the doctor's energy out there, all the trauma energy. You'd also have, yeah, you'd also have to, I mean, it's a real thing. And that's, you know, so our bodies are first, they're made out of energy. And then they manifest in the physical. So if you can heal the energy level, then usually the physical follows. So, yeah, we'd have to hold a blueprint for that and do that. Yeah, I can talk to you more afterwards if you want.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions? So I do readings over Zoom, readings and healings. They're an hour long, and right now I'm charging $160 for it. Probably gonna raise my price soon. And if you sign up today, you'll get an extra 10 minutes. So, and you and I can talk. So, thank you guys all for coming. Oh, my website is spirit4health.com, FOR. And yeah. Does anybody else have any questions?
Cards?
Cards, yes, I have cards right here. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Does anybody else want a card? All right. Okay. I'll talk to you. Did you want a card? Okay. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Did you want a card? You're a practitioner already. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. What's that? Well, there are guys that come in and, you know, they have something to say or something important information at all. Hopefully not. But sometimes they do. Yeah. Are you interested in something particular? Yeah. To do what? Yeah, that's happening, isn't it? Yeah. I'll teach you a psychic trick that I learned. So, usually where they plug into is the back of the neck. It's just all the communication, right? Yeah. 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 You want me to do a quick here on that? There are layers to this, but I'll take out some of them. Yeah, there's a lot of responsibility that you've been saddled with, and it's stuck in you that you have to deal with some of it. Yours. Yeah. Yeah. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Well, you can close the door, and well, I mean, yeah, you can close it, and you can open it at specific times. Yeah. So, okay, so the trick that I use is to
Yeah, it was like me too. I was like,
some of these mentos are really. Yeah, so just imagine an office, and shut the door, and then just put up a sign that says out of office. You are closed for business for them to talk to you. Do you have a hard time sleeping?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So,
That's what I use.
sure, yeah, that'll work. As long as it works. I use the office door thing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Some beings are just persistent. They feel like they have an axe to grind. I mean, these people, they die and their personalities don't change that much after they die. Yeah. So. Yeah. Right. Right. You're welcome.
I have your card.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I could do some more energy work with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been through a whole human sort of, and encouraging, feedback.
Yeah.
2 flights, I came back, and my dog attacked my dog, and the other dog was in the same kennel.
Yeah.
Just $800, and I had to get up, just got that dog, here you go, in the main society, she goes, in the street. And she's like, yes. And I brought her back, and for a year, she was just, I could develop a connection, right after that, and give her a look. But, I make a long story short, I was looking around, walking down the street, hey, you want to go?
Yeah.
And, this girl, she said, I'll put an ad in my high school paper. Like 20 minutes later, I called.
Wow.
And I said, there's a picture of everything.
Yeah.
So I went up there, and this dog is in the best environment ever. I love him. And he has little, and she's just close to me.
Awesome.
That's it. It's so good, but it's.
So, you want to know about him? Yeah. Yeah.
So you put a torch, I burned my video.
Yeah.
Just, yes, I spent this years.
It's not painful.
Not sharp, I mean, very dull.
Yeah. Good. Let me do a little right now.
And then somebody asks. There's a reason.
You guys know?
No, we were just kind of.
Oh.
You from Reno?
What's that?
You Reno here?
No.
No, but I think we would.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. It was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. So I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up. offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. So I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy. Beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution. And we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through, and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then Spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you. Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was. So he did struggle. Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last session of our SoulSearch Reno Enlightenment Expo. Thank you all for joining us. For those of you who are joining us in person, welcome. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we have been delighted to have our first event here in Reno, Nevada, and we will be back again in the spring. So stay tuned and stay connected to us so you guys can return. For those of you joining on the live stream, welcome. And at SoulSearch, we are committed to supporting the expansion of consciousness, the upliftment of humanity, and we do that by connecting you guys to amazing practitioners like Veronica and Kevin here from Mystical Frequencies. And also you can connect with them as well as all of our amazing practitioners through soulsearch.io, our online platform. And you can also watch our conscious content streaming channel, soulsearch.tv. And so I'm delighted to introduce you guys to Kevin and Veronica of Mystical Frequencies. They are sound healers, mystics, and healers and light workers who are based in Southern Oregon now. So welcome from Oregon. And they have traveled here. They have a beautiful booth with Tibetan sound bowls and many crystals. And they are actually doing this sound healing for us today using the ancient healing powers of sound. This session will guide you into a deep state of relaxation and energetic alignment. So we're really delighted that you guys could be here with us today. Thank you so much and welcome. You guys want to put that there? Want to turn the lights down or leave it?
I'd like to turn the lights down a little.
There's, I think there's back there. That's enough help you. Oh, yeah.
Takes me a minute here to get adjusted. Yeah, not all of it. Good. I think that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Seems to be a couple more people here. I'm just going to give it a couple more minutes here so we can get some quiet. So people flow in. Okay. So sit back, relax, and I'm going to let the bowls do their magic. Okay. people to wiggle their toes and their fingers. Take your time. Yeah, you're welcome. You reading now. Good stuff, right? That should help us all sleep good tonight. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day. You're welcome. If y'all haven't been by my booth, it's in the back here up against the wall. We have the hand-hammered Tibetan singing bowls and metaphysical stones over there. Yeah. Yeah, I even have a big, actually I have a big stand-in bowl.
Yeah, I saw that.
Stand in, get a massage.
Yeah, that looks really cool.
Yeah, that's fun.
How much does that do that?
I do 5-minute sessions for $15.